Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago, presented by To Be Diced Adventures. That's us. I am here once again with our amazing party of wonderful individuals. I am hosting as the game master, dungeon master, whatever, storyteller. You tell me what you want to call me. That's fine. Just don't call me late for dinner. But I am Matt, also known as
National
Voltorn Knight.
Dungeon Daddy.
Dungeon
Hey,
Daddy.
hey now. Hey now. We don't need my ego to be that big. Anyway.
There's a
So,
child in chat.
yes, Matt, also known as Warto Night Out on the interwebs, and I am joined by the person who is too coolest for the schoolist, KJ.
Hello, I'm KJ. You can find me on all social media interwebs at kj.cosplay, and I play our party's adorable, sometimes cleric paladin Petrichor, sometimes rogue Riley, both of which are troublesome.
Troublesome. Is that what we're calling it? Okay. And moving right along to Tarzan.
Greetings and salutations. It is I, your humble host, Daddy Tarzan, 82855 on all social media platforms. I play Clucky McCluckerson, the barbarian chicken that is the overlord and seer of the party and self-proclaimed leader. And also resident child as well as the Petrichor child, as he's only 4 years old.
The chicken child.
He is an overgrown child, 100%.
Violent overgrown child.
Back to you, Matt.
And immediately right to, you know what, you're chewing. We're going to go to our guest for this evening and evenings to come, Oz.
Greetings, fellow Treklers. It is I, Oz. I am playing our guest star, Soul Arkin. He's an artificer slash medium in this new world. And you can find me on the deep webs now as Son of a Ghost. I'm going through a name change right now, and slowly but surely everything will be changing. But, oh yeah, excited to be here.
Gotta love rebrands.
Son of a ghost.
You heard it here first, guys.
It's okay.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Okay.
And moving back, now that you are ready, I hope, sir, Victor.
Hi.
Are you
Good monk. I'm Victor. You can find me as Victor _ the Story Weaver on TikToks, and I'm playing Borrow, the wandering monk, father of the party, reasoning voice of the party, dad of the party.
Grandpa.
Just trying to
Babysitter.
keep alive, babysitter of the party. Like after hours, like workshop after school, organizer
PTA
of the party,
meetings.
PTA of the party. Chef of the
PTA
party.
and PTSD.
Yeah, PTSD of the party. Just assume that I'm trying my best.
Keyword try.
I'm trying.
Perfect. And last but certainly not least, Taylor.
Hello, my name is Taylor. I go by Nerdy Pinup Girl on all social media platforms, from Instagram to YouTube to TikTok, especially. I play Xanthe Nightingale, who is the sorceress of the party, who is still on her sobriety journey from alcoholism, and is mentally broken, and this party is the equivalent of the Band-Aid.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So, with that being said, now that we are all together, last time on the dimensional dial of Dr. Diago, the party is acclimating to the dead city of Ebenfell, a city where undead walking the streets is not only commonplace, but, as they will potentially find out, possibly the basis for society in this city. That being said, our guest star, Soul Arkin, brought them to his shop and sort of kind of gave them a little bit of a lowdown of things over a nice spicy meal. which was nothing but wholesome all the way around. Just a wee bit of drama on our newly sober sorceress. That being said, some words were exchanged about potentially what to do and what needs to be doing to get our party to the next dimension. And an investigation was done, as Sol has been researching the dial on his end, not knowing its point or purpose, but using some notes that he found, which are incomplete, as well as a trip down memory lane for our resident former Alcamacan cleric. Some pieces did get put together. Of course, it seemed like this was going to be a fight for another day, so the party winded down, or began to wind down. Ended up going to sleep, and upon trying to wake the party up the next morning, Clucky ended up finding out, being the first person to find out, that there is in fact no sun here. So, that being said, what dangers shall befall the party this eve? Will Petrichor / Riley ever get a straight answer out of a divine deity? As Clucky so eloquently put it at the end of last session, Tarzan,
What the fuck?
these questions and more have yet to be diced. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Freaking love that opening. Oh my god.
So sick.
So good.
So epic.
Just
All right.
here, take all my money.
Make this an
Wonderful.
animated series post haste.
Please. Stat.
I will take 1 second, as I did get a text, and my family is watching from Hawaii, so I'm going to take a second to just say, hello, Emerson. Hi. You better be being good for your mother and your Gigi.
Hey, Emerson. Hi.
Hi. You did it, finally. Jesus.
I was saving you.
Hello there.
I'm so
Hello
happy.
there.
Okay, so everybody on the premises of the shop that I do believe we introduced as Afterlight or Afterlife, cannot remember. I apologize.
Alter life.
Ultralight. Okay. Everybody on the premises
Nope.
is
Alter.
type it in chat so I don't get it wrong. Everybody on the premises that was once asleep in alter life, got it, is jolted awake by the sudden exclamation from the chicken barbarian Clucky.
Oi! All of you, wake the fuck up! There's no sun! What the fuck is going on?
Xandy just shoots up. Just, what the fuck is going on, Clucky? Why the fuck are you yelling?
I'm going to say that Borrow, being the fact that his guides of waking up is more about his internal clock rather than sunlight, will probably be awake as per usual. By the time that everybody else is still asleep, he would have been awake already.
Clucky's running around like freaking
He's
the
just
fuck
hearing
out.
Clucky in the distance, kind of like, what is happening?
If he didn't have the bracelet on, it'd be a series of shrill clucking. And... Where's the sun?
There's no sun. All is lost.
Soul,
All is
who
lost.
Soul, who doesn't really need sleep, would be at the dining room table y'all ate at last night, and he just be going through over some notes, and he just hears Clucky and papers just fly everywhere.
I would say Clucky's running through the
And then
hallways right now.
he'll go like,
And I would say
Right.
he'd run up into the dining room, seeing you there, beeline it for you, and grab you by the collar and lift you up. Where is the fucking sun? Where is it? What?
Clucky.
What did you do to the sun?
Clucky, calm down. Just deep breath. Come on, deep breath with me.
I'm so confused. This doesn't make any
There
sense.
Right. What is this sun you speak of?
I don't fucking know. It's the
What have
big
you lost?
giant light in the sky. The big bright light. It rises and falls every day. It's how
You
I
mean the
know how
moon?
to wake up. You're confusing me, mate.
The moon. Is that we were talking? Big light in the sky, right?
It's brighter than the moon. I don't know. What the fuck is a moon? I'm usually asleep by the time the sun goes down.
So,
Well,
Clucky, you've
the
never
giant
seen
round.
Like, you've probably seen the moon, like, at least once or twice, or at least you know the concept of
Clucky's bedtime that early?
He normally goes to sleep pretty early, but like no one's ever made it a point to point out no one ever points out the moon to Clucky. It's everybody is always pointing out the sun to Clucky, and that's
I
what
am 100% going to say that Caliban did at one point when you were a wee little chick point out the moon.
Well,
All right, so he knows.
Hey,
He just
buddy.
doesn't know.
Moon.
He doesn't know how to explain the difference between the sun and the moon.
Yeah, you know that they
With-
are
with
two things. That one's the
IRL
sun. That one's the moon.
with
There's a-
IRL chickens, they do bed down as the sun goes down. So
Right.
I mean, it's
So
possible that
naturally-
he just hasn't seen it.
Yeah. I would say he doesn't. It's not like a forethought. Like it's in the back of his mind. He knows there's a moon. It's just not immediately present in his mind.
I like it.
So he as he's trying to process exactly what the fuck you're telling him and comparing it to the moon, he's like, the sun. It's the big fucking fiery ball in the sky. It's brighter than and lights up everything, and that it looks like a giant fucking rock. It doesn't make any
Agreed.
sense to me. How do you
Fiery
get light down
ball
here?
in the sky. Well, look around, and he points like around the room. There are various.
Yeah, it's like those floating
the
little balls of
glowing
light that you
blue
have
light
laying around.
switches.
Yeah, those things. It's like that, but it's big, bright, and yellow.
These aren't fire.
I guess I didn't
Maybe-
explain why I didn't.
There's various
turn
lights,
when I
but
touched it.
nothing big, bright, yellow.
Maybe they don't
It's
have.
interesting.
Maybe they don't have a sun in this universe.
How the fuck are we gonna know what time?
I
of
don't
day
know
it is?
what it is you're talking about. What is this sun? But we don't
So-
have one of those here. We don't. have
So,
sun.
where we come from, there's usually daytime where the sun is out and it's bright, like Clucky said, but then there's nighttime, which we have our moon, and apparently Clucky's never seen that, but we have kind of like day and night here where it's like light and then dark. Do y'all not have that here?
No, there's always darkness in the Shadowlands.
How-
I guess it is called the Shadowlands.
How do you farm?
Ebenfell is farm. Well, look, and he'll
You
point
need
to
sunlight
a
to
plant
farm.
in a potted plant in the corner. It's a glowing mushroom just chilling there. It's like it just grows itself. We plant it and it grows.
This land confuses the hell out of me.
I'm not.
It's not natural.
A nature buff. I just have plants. I do magic. I do, tools and things. I don't do plants, so I don't know how it.
At this point, Clucky would turn away. You'd see the chickens that were not present at the moment suddenly coalesce at his feet, and he starts walking towards the nearest window. His eyes go bright white, and the one chicken that hops up on his shoulder flashes or bolts off into the sky, and he's now scrying for sunlight at this point.
He's searching for sunlight?
He's sending his chicken to
My
find sunlight.
sweet summer child.
What is the
Going
range
on-
on this?
A mile. He's sending the chicken a mile up into the sky.
Like straight up or at an angle? Straight up. You send this spiritual chicken, this poultrygeist, if you will, straight up into the air, passing through solid barriers. And you can see below you, as buildings, streets, people that are walking, everything just begins to get smaller and smaller and smaller. And you ascend further, your gaze lifting to see the horizon on the distance. There is a wall around the city of Ebenfell, very tall, and there is a sort of lime green glow along the top that almost seems to curve upward, as Clucky would guess, like a sort of invisible eggshell. With the city being on the inside. And as you go higher and higher and higher, you can see up in the sky a vast sea of twinkling starlight as far as your eyes can see. And outside the city limits, you see all variety of terrain, mostly anything, though, that would be considered a tree, bush, plant, anything like that, is some sort of bioluminescence, something that is just glowing. There are areas that are very bright and colorful and very well lit, and some areas that look like light has not touched them since the dawn of creation. But as you look up and you see the very large, round, we will say waning moon in the sky, its companion is nowhere to be seen.
So yeah, I burned my one-time use of scrying to find out if there is a sun in this fucking realm for the day. Clucky's eyes immediately snap back to their natural brownish yellow hue.
It's clairvoyance, not scrying, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to say, those
I
interact differently.
Right. Yeah. No. Clairvoyance. I can only see a mile out from anywhere I choose.
Right.
But yeah, his eyes snap back to their natural color, and he just looks extremely distraught because he normally uses the sun to help navigate the terrain, and this is a new way of having to discover how to navigate a landmass without the sun being present. So he's visibly uncomfortable with this thought. Like there's no sun. How am I going to be the navigator of the group? Like, I don't know how this is going to work.
To add,
Xanthi just immediately just asked if he's okay.
I'm just going to say to add insult to injury. Clucky grew up on a farm outside of city limits, near woods and plains and rolling hills.
Mm-hmm.
And aside from the brief moments Fyodor was mostly a village. Thexelum was a city within a tree, so still kind of feels like at home. But the Under the Red Sun dimension, the sand pit, that was a city, but it was destroyed. And then there was the city in post-apocalypse, which was very different. But once again, you find yourself not like on the dinosaur island, which was all jungle. You are in a city with lots of people and movement and, dare I say, society.
Oh no, it's a country mouse in a concrete jungle. Ew! People!
He said the S word.
Socialism.
I think I'm gonna be sick. I don't.
Clucky, is there a bucket? I didn't even know chickens could vomit.
Grabs a bowl that used to hold salad from last night and puts it in front of the giant chicken.
Oh goodness.
Xanthi is just kind of like patting him on the back, just being like, I didn't realize the sun meant that much to you, Clucky. I was not expecting such a visceral reaction.
This is all new to me. I don't like this.
Clucky, this is all new to all of us, really. It kind of happens with every dimension. Jesus Christ, you look like shit.
I don't know how to...
Jesus Christ.
So, try to understand. There's some sort of orbital celestial body in the sky that provides a even brighter light.
Yes.
And
Where are you
warm.
from?
It's also like a source of navigating terrain.
Just let it out, buddy.
Is it
Just let it
cold
out.
outside, DM?
It's so
Since there is no
comparatively,
sun?
it would be chillier, comparatively for our visitors, but not like uncomfortably chilly. You would know that, like, so what really brings this, I'm just trying to find the right words for what is in my head. The reason why, like, you know, it isn't like uncomfortably cold, like basically a tundra, is because you know, you can't dig down too far in most places because that is how close the mantle is to the surface. So there is very hot magma beneath, like, not right beneath your feet, but a lot closer than it would be for these individuals. So it's mostly warmth from the ground. If things get too cold outside, you just go in the basement.
This is unnatural.
Lowers.
Which is why we dig down. We dig down for our establishment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, some
This
people
is-
go up. It's more so a sign of status that way.
It's not natural. This is all wrong. I'll be right back. And he jumps out the window and takes flight. And he just goes straight for the city limits.
All the while this is happening, Bara already had done his like motion stuff, and then at one point comes back where the
Tunes
quarters
him
were
out.
the worst. He's listening to all of this in the distance while he's just like sort of like petting Riley a little bit while they're still sleeping, and then
Riley had like groaned and rolled over and was like, "What is happening?" and had this whole conversation with Barnes, like, "It's too early for this," and just put the scarf over their head and went back to sleep.
Is it too early though? When doth the sun come?
Borrow-
When is 6 a.m.?
Borrow would probably, afterwards, though, he would just have a moment where he would tap Riley and just be like, all right, come on. You have to start our day.
Have to.
You do.
Guys, the chicken is gone. Like, if we are
Yes,
gonna
you might
fight, like,
want to chase him down.
I know roosters crow at the sun, but this is ridiculous. Clucky does not like the fact that there is no sun in this universe.
Well, I had plans for this session, but I guess it's going to be chasing down the chicken. Good luck.
If you guys look out the window, Clucky's just flying around the perimeter of the city. He's not going too far. He just needs to understand the city, he's trying to find like natural vegetation that's, that could count as farmland.
Giant bird just flying over an undead city.
I would say Xanthi's probably watching the whole time, just like making sure Clucky doesn't like do something stupid.
Dive bomb on a guard tower.
So, did you say that there's like this building has like the top built area? There's like a lookout or like some sort of like outdoor on the top of it? Is there or like a roof or something?
I did not say it. Well, of a sense, there is. And he'll lead everybody back up into the shop. And he'll point to a staircase that kind of looks like it leads at the very back. Looks like it leads up into nowhere. And he will guide them through, and it's kind of like a little portal. It just kind of just goes up to on top of the building, where it's like inside of a bubble almost, a little observatory bubble on top.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, yeah, probably Borrow would attempt to.
Keep in mind though, this is only one story. Like,
okay,
it's just like the second story out here on top of it. That's it.
Gotcha.
Yes, whatever you rolled, it does hit. I'm joking. I said yes, whatever you rolled, it was a hit.
Oh, I didn't roll an attack roll.
Uh-oh. Even worse.
I will say that probably Borrow would have a moment of. Would there be any tall towers or places with elevation that we could use for getting a sense of this place?
I almost screwed up and said,
Well,
you're outside, you can see one. I almost screwed up.
Yeah, you almost got him. You almost had him, Victor.
Almost.
Oh, hang on.
The only tall places. Hanging on. Slipping.
So
Slipping.
The two tallest structures within the city of Ebenfell, number one, you've mentioned before, is the Rookery, which is the temple / church devoted to primarily the Raven Queen. That is the second tallest building in the city limits, the tallest one being the highest spire of Ebenfell Keep, which is the main government building and home to the Archmagister. It's also where council meetings are held.
Double smash.
Well, if you recall, I told you about the Rookery, yes?
Yes.
This building obviously is a testament to the Raven Queen. So it has to be one of the tallest. But it's not the tallest. The magistrate, yes. don't really like that man. He's very interesting, but save that for if you meet him. You can form your own judgment there. But yes, if somehow, some way, we convince someone in the building to get to the top of the Magister's spire, I'm sure you can get a sense there. Easier, though, to go to the Rookery, as most people are allowed there.
Well, I suppose we must make sure that our good friend Clucky returns. And how high up is Clucky flying?
I would say he got a good decent elevation, probably about 200, 300 feet up. He's just getting he's basically taking this opportunity to get a surveillance of the terrain, get familiar, because one, he's upset that there's no sun, and he's got to figure out a new way of navigating without the sun. But he's taking in key landmarks, the towers, the two towers, land features, natural or unnatural, so on and so forth. So he's just, getting a mental map of the terrain, so he can be a better guide.
Baro is going to lean. He's just going to tilt his head slightly toward Riley and say, "Do you see Clucky?"
Mm-hmm.
So you would be seeing Riley would be seeing Clucky doing a methodical pacing over the city. You get a sense that he's mapping out the place.
Yeah.
Crazy fucking bird.
Baro is basically his only way that he knows an attempt of how to potentially have Clucky rejoin them is he's going to just have that moment where he's just going to try to lift his hand the way that he usually does. And he's just going to basically wait to see if Clucky ends up approaching to try to grab him. He's just going to move his hand and move out of the way, just to try to get him to just be there and just have a moment of Clucky. Just
I wish we still had a bag of feed and we could be like a cat and just shake it outside. Clucky!
Technically, we do. Don't we?
Work on Clucky?
You should still have a bag of feed.
Yeah,
unless
I still have it.
Unless that is strictly what Clucky has been eating this whole time,
No.
even though he's been hunting.
No, I would say it's probably around the time that he would start eating soon. But right now he's more, because of how upset he is about there not being a sun. He's distracting himself, mapping out the land. Being able to see Baro from how far he is, I would say that's up to the DM's discretion on that one. He is quite a bit of ways.
I will ask you this, sir. You can make a choice of a role based on the things that you said that you wanted to accomplish in this moment.
Mm-hmm.
The first option would be a perception check, which you won't exactly get a lot of, you'll see things, but it won't really retain like you were surveying the land.
Yeah.
And this would give you an opportunity to see Baro trying to flag you down. The alternative would be a survival check, which you would get a better lay of the land, so on and so forth. However, seeing as you have said that Clucky primarily navigates with the sun, and that is missing, you would make this at disadvantage.
Oh God! Oh no! I would say survival is probably his most prominent focus, so he's gonna stay focused on surveying. So I would do the survival check at disadvantage.
Okay.
Please don't fail me. Fuck me. 7 plus 5 is
12.
13. 12.
So, you are kind of getting a sort of, you're trying to get a lay of the land outside the city. And you are checking everything out. You're looking like there's this hill here. Oh, and then over this way was where the dial was. And wait, hang on. Which way was north? Which? Okay, hang on. And then you like have to start over again as you're going. So like you're like it's really messing with you where you're like, okay, these are the landmarks, but imagine if like a cartographer put a map down, but there was no compass pointing north, so they're constantly rotating the map to try to figure out, like, align it with certain things to figure out where they're actually going.
Right.
So you know the lay of the land, but it's always going to take you a second to like try to orient yourself.
Right.
So not quite there.
All right.
Given that it wasn't perception, though, you do not see Barrow trying to flag you down, and you also don't see two individuals approaching you until you actually hear them saying, "Oi, you're not in one of the lanes. What are you doing?"
Are these people flying?
As Clucky turns, he sees what he would guess is two probably elven or humanoid looking individuals. But Clucky's trying to piece together why all of his time using one at his father's home, why he never knew you could ride a broom.
What the fuck?
Are there witches here?
Oh shit!
Smash.
Oh shit! Okay.
Oh god, we're gonna break Clucky today, aren't we? No sun. People are riding on brooms. What the fuck?
Clucky, yeah, he's gonna stop dead in his tracks, just hover for a minute, completely astounded by the fact that they're riding a fucking broom. He doesn't even say anything. He approaches quickly, grabs and goes for a grapple to grab one of them by the shoulder and lift him off the broom.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
That moment when the chicken of the party just gets us fucking banned from
We're gonna get fucking arrested in this fucking dimension, and we're gonna.
This is why Soul.
He's curious. He doesn't understand how they're flying a broom.
Oh my god! Oh
Barrow's gonna have to be the one that it's like, yes, it's me. I'm here to
go after him.
I'm here to pick up the chicken. He's my child. This is...
Make an athletics check.
He's a child. He doesn't understand.
Oh god!
You see this happening from afar.
20.
Xanthi is just watching in shock and horror as this is happening.
By the grace of whatever gods may be, they also got a 20.
Oh!
Which means that
Stalemate.
nothing changes.
Okay.
So you do not grapple them, but
Okay.
you reach out to grapple them, and they basically like push down on the broom handle and go into a nosedive for a moment before. Now they are like basically sort of like circling you, and as that one dives, the other one's just like, "Oh, what the hell do you think you're doing? You know what? You're grounded. No, to the ground right now. Right now. You have 10 seconds to comply. 9.
Oh no!
8. 7.
And
6.
out of frustration, he flies down.
They follow behind, very close behind you, and
are any of us able to tell where Clucky has possibly landed?
Roll a D100 to decide how close you are to Alter Life.
Okay.
I didn't decide where in your rotation this would have been, so let's see.
80.
You are on like the opposite side of the city almost.
That tracks. That fucking
And
tracks.
on today's episode of Dimensional Dial, Clucky gets arrested.
Again.
Indeed,
What the Cluck?
when we named the title of this episode "What the Cluck," we didn't know. We didn't know. We just didn't know how accurate.
Nobody could know.
Nobody
You
could
put
know.
a
how
barbarian
accurate.
chicken in a city setting, he's gonna get into trouble.
It's like the title manifested these events. It's
I
just,
feel this is Tarzan's revenge for when Matt and I derailed his one shot. We absolutely
Good
just
luck.
train off the tracks, wrecked.
So, Clucky, you make it to the ground, and shortly afterwards, these two individuals plant their feet on the ground shortly behind you. And as silly as it may seem, they both dismount their brooms. One of them is sort of holding it pointed with like the handle pointed at you as if it was a weapon, and the other one is kind of holding it off to the side and looking at you and goes, "All right, name."
What did you say?
Name. Your name. Come on.
You sound funny, right?
I sound funny. You friggin'
You say name?
your name. Your what do people call you? Goodness gracious.
Oh, Clucky McCluckerson.
Roll persuasion for me.
Not my strongest. Okay. It's 12 plus 1 for a 13. Not bad, but not the greatest.
This is not going to end well. I'm already calling it.
You got some jokes for a Kenku, don't you? Come
What's
on,
a Ken-
out with it. What's your name? Would you
My
build
name's
those?
Bill, I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Those the wing contraptions you have on your back.
What contraption?
Nose right there. Goodness, you know, like pointing, and you can see him like arcing as your wings do, and pointing directly to your wings. But he's saying, like, did you build those? Or like, what is this contraption?
These are my wings. I don't understand.
You're saying that those are attached.
Aye.
You were born with them, like, you know. This isn't some magical apparatus, perhaps.
My papa told me I was born a chicken, and I was given I was visited by he called it a celestial, and I don't understand magic. I just recall having arms and legs and wings. It's my earliest memory. My earliest memory was I was choking I was choking the shit out of a little lizard for eating my papa's crops, and it bit me, and out of frustration I ripped its head off. It's just
Oh my god.
The one who was pointing their broom at you has like holstered it and is now like writing on a small scroll as you're talking.
I'm
Clucky,
sorry,
get a lawyer!
How do you get the sticky with the Brussels to fly? It doesn't have wings. I'm confused. Papa normally had me use that to like sweep the barn.
All right, how much have you had to drink?
The broken one, she had a cup of some spicy liquid. I don't know I didn't know what it was, but it started to make me feel a little hot and woozy. But the blind one, he touched me somewhere on my chest, and all of a sudden, I didn't feel woozy. I don't understand. How do you get
We're all
that thing
going
to
fucking
fly?
prison. We're all going to fucking prison.
I just want to know.
All right. So you mentioned your father. Is he anywhere around? Could we talk to your what district does he live in?
Oh
Does he know?
no!
Papa, we had to leave him behind. He was.
Is he in the upper or the lower ribs?
He's in the clock, the dial.
Like the clock tower? There's one of those in the fingers.
No, it's a strange little stone dial that we've been traveling through. Me and me mates. It's
Doesn't look like you got mates, mate.
they're back at the pointed ears home. I don't know.
As he tilts his head to like glare at you, you see that he has pointed ears.
Oh, you're just like him. He's I'm terrible with names. I'm sorry.
You are, buddy. I know you are.
There's the blind one. There's the cursed one. We have a hatchling with the group, and is the pointed ear.
Someone.
Is
that how this works for Kenku?
I don't know what the Kenku is, and but the hatchling started out as a metal child hatchling, and then they went through this. Then they shed their shell and became a matey hatchling.
At this point, the one who's been taking notes like rolls it up and just goes, "All right, buddy, just stop right there. You're gonna come with us, okay? We're gonna figure out where you belong. We're gonna get you all right in the head."
No, I know where I need to go. I had to get my bearings. I woke up this morning thinking that the sun was out, and now there's no sun. And
whose sun?
No, the sun, the big fiery ball in the sky that lights the land. This land is very unnatural.
I thought you were the sun. You were talking about a father. Aren't you the sun?
I'm not a giant ball of light. What are you talking? Are you insulting me, mate?
I'm wondering if you're pulling my leg, you're yanking my chain.
I just came out here to get my bearings and understand this land. I don't understand. You said lanes. What is a lane?
The sky lanes. What do you mean? You were flying. You need to be in the proper lane so that you don't fly into somebody else.
How do you... At this point, he looks up and tries to see what the fuck they're talking about. Like, what is these lanes?
So
is there
just looking up, you would not see like anything that would be akin to a lane or anything like that.
I'm sorry, Mike, but you are you off your rocker? Because there's no what the fuck is a lane? Is it like a walkway? Like these stones here that we're standing on?
I mean, if you want to put it that way, yes, it would be like, you know, a walkway, but it would be like a flyway, I guess. The sky lane, it's sure a flyway if you want.
All right, this dimension, they call it. Yeah, this dimension is just getting weirder and weirder. I'm gonna go back to my mates. You can follow if you want, but I'm not going anywhere with you.
Give me a persuasion check.
That's a 14 plus 1, 15. He's getting better. He's getting better.
Tarzan learns to deal with people. Or not Tarzan, Cluck.
These two individuals... No, Tarzan, you were right. Tarzan learns to deal with people. I don't know. These two individuals kind of look towards each other, and like the one who was just talking, the one who was taking notes originally, kind of like looks and like questioning, and the other one just kind of like, and they're just like,
How tall are these
Are-
two in comparison to Clucky?
oh, they're shorter than you. Like one of them's probably like 6 foot, the other one's maybe 5'9".
Okay. So yeah, he's not feeling all that intimidated by the two of them. Okay.
Yeah, no. So the one that was just talking and kind of looks back at you, kind of back, you know what? You say you know where you got to go. Fine, we will accompany you there. But
Can I borrow your balloon, your stick, and fly on that? I want to give it a go.
this is a government vehicle, sir.
What the? What? It's a stick with
It is a
bristles on it.
broom.
You guys are fucking weird. All right.
I'm weird. You're the ones freaking with wings sprouting out your back.
You want me to?
Sulfur Clucky.
You want to race me back to where we need to go?
No, we are not racing. You are going to fly at a leisurely pace directly where you say your mates or father or the broken person, wherever all of these are, or the person that you hatched, whatever the case may be.
I didn't hatch anybody. I don't know if males are able to.
Just start flying.
As soon as you say that, he fucking he just does one forceful ass flap and just takes off into the sky and starts making his way back towards afterlife.
They both
Ultralight.
they both they both mount the brooms. Seeing how quickly you take off, they do it quickly and they meet up with you. I do believe that a broom of flying's speed is equal to yours, so no worries there. But as they are flying with you, what you have noticed, it not in front of you, but like sort of going along the side, like there's one behind you on your left, one behind you on your right, and kind of going on the outsides of them are little orbs of red and blue light that alternate flying along with you.
Cops!
Because as you are flying, you can now see that going in certain ways, sort of in groups, like, it's almost like it has sort of just started, that now they're all really taking off. There are some other individuals who are flying brooms. There are small groups of people that are on something large and flat. Is that a rug?
Shut the fuck up!
There are even some people that you can't tell what's making them fly. It looks like they have, without wings, just taken off.
What the fuck? Okay.
But yes, as you all approach some of these lights, they will stop in the air, allow you to pass, and then continue to go.
What the fuck is going on? Clucky's just absolutely blown away.
Hey, Clucky,
Clucky's acid trip.
give me a survival check with disadvantage to see how easily you make it back to Alter Life.
Clucky gets into a fucking flight accident on the way over. God
I'm gonna
damn
take
it.
this time to say though, if Tarzan doesn't get inspiration out of this, I will riot.
So I rolled a natural 20 and a 12 with a +5 for 17 to the disadvantage.
So you take off, you look, and you're just like, I think that way's the dial, which would mean that where they all are would have been this way. And as you start flying, you're like flying in that way for like a minute-ish, and then you go, maybe it's over here. So you like deviate a moment, you go, no, I was right.
I'm taking these cops for a spin. I love it. You'll never take me alive, coppers!
Backing up a few minutes in time, to everyone else who was on the top of Soul's building, Clucky was doing laps around the city. and it would take him a certain amount of time. And you kind of got used to it before these events happened. But eventually, it just seems like it just is taking him a lot longer to come back around.
Xanthi, I would say, would probably still just be actively looking for him out at like the city to see if he sees him at all. Like, did we see like we did see him go down, right?
No, he was
We
too
didn't.
far away.
Too far.
Oh shit! Yeah, so Xanthi is just like gonna turn his Barrows beside Xanthi.
Probably. If we all went to
She's-
the top thing, yeah.
Yeah, she's gonna turn to Barrow and just be like, I don't see Clucky anymore, and honestly, this kind of worries me. Like, what all can he hunt in the city?
It's just worried he's gonna come back with people on a bike.
I think perhaps it is time we make our way out to this new place with the help of our
we gotta find
host.
this chicken.
Fucking love this city.
I take it that this feathered friend of yours isn't able to handle himself on his own.
It's actually the contrary, my friend. I'm afraid that he is too good at handling himself under the right circumstances. But I'm afraid some other circumstances may not be the most beneficial.
Honestly, if we hear any commotion while we're out looking for him, we should probably head in that direction.
It's so much smarter to just wait here. He knows where he's going.
Does he?
I mean, spreading out is never
the city
good.
pretty flat?
We learned this.
There's some level changes pretty much between the different districts. Like, you know, they kind of sort of plateaued out certain areas and then kind of kept all the districts together. The highest one being what you would know as the Skull District, which is basically the main source of, you know, like things of like government or religion or just like all kinds of those very important buildings.
Okay. From my vantage point, where my shop is, can we see Clucky?
Given how
Based
much
on
time has finally
where-
passed,
The elevation.
what Soul would recognize is a stream of flashing blue and red lights coming almost directly your way.
I do believe we may be meeting our feathered friend post haste.
Oh God, what did he do?
Do you see those lights over there on the rooftops?
The ones that aren't the sun,
yes, that's
obviously.
Our you jest. I see. Yes, those lights are law keepers, so to speak. What's our name for them? Do we have one?
I had a name. I did. No, we're not
Constable.
going to use that name. We're just going to go Law Keepers. That was good. I liked it.
Okay. Yes. Those are our law keepers, and everything they say goes, essentially.
Law keepers, like guards.
Of a sort, yes.
They're not the
dear
military, are they?
Well, they
No.
handle all affairs pertaining to the safety of a
Oh
of
dear
a sort.
God! Did Clucky
they have
fucking
a
get himself arrested again?
The last kind of law enforcement that I encountered didn't go well.
There is no point in
Same.
thinking about the what could be. Something tells me we're about to find out soon enough what may have happened with Clucky. Perhaps we should go wait for him and receive him.
Let's just hope he hasn't gotten himself
Yes,
in any
and
fucking
on the
trouble.
way we can. On the way, we can head towards the rookery and proceed with our investigations there.
Well, pretty much at this point, those lights are getting awfully close, and those who can see would see that there is a very large white avian humanoid that is flanked by two individuals who are also flying. And now he's like mere hundreds of feet away.
So upon seeing it, Clucky's just gonna call out and just be like, "Clucky, what the hell did you do?"
At this point, Clucky will pick up speed and rush over to them. I was getting my bearing, and these two pointing-eared fellas, they're flying on sticks. It's the craziest fucking thing I ever seen. And on top, not only that, there's a bunch of other people that are riding around on carpets. I don't understand, but it is the coolest thing I have ever seen. And
Clucky, are you
You're
still
being
drunk
really
from the night before?
loud.
no, I'm not.
At this point, the two lawkeepers would dismount their brooms, and basically those lights that were sort of trailing with them end up setting up sort of a perimeter around all of you on the roof of Soul's establishment.
Xanthi immediately gets paranoid.
As soon as one of them lands near Clucky, he's going to try and reach out and take the broom and show it to the group.
Oh my god.
Roll athletics.
Oh shit, that's a natural one. You're good.
Wait, actually, what's your total?
11 with a plus 10.
Fuck, you got it.
Jesus!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
I mean,
New
these are-
D&D rules! Crit fails and crit successes aren't a thing!
Xanthi just immediately face palms.
You snatch it, and he's just, oi, and he grabs it. He's like pulling on it, but he can't outstrength you. I'm not even gonna roll for it. He just
He's
can't
just like-
outstrength you.
Look at this stick. They can
Clucky?
fly on it.
Clucky, I believe that belongs to our friend here. Give it back.
Would
Let it go, and he,
Xanthi have any idea what this is?
I mean, it's an uncommon item called a broom of flying.
Okay, so Xanthi would understand the mechanics of it.
Yeah, so the original dimension, Aetheria, these exist, but like with Clucky saying that he's seen a bunch of them, like this is like a once in a while occurrence that you would possibly see something like this.
So Xanthi will take the time and turn over to Clucky and just say, "Clucky, it's a broom of flying. They're magic items. They use magic to allow them to fly. Please put the nice man's broom down."
You just watch Clucky
Yes,
release the
I actually
broom
have
and
a few in
he
my
goes-
shop.
Stumbling back. You got flying sticks?
Oh no.
One of the lawkeepers just kind of goes like, for sale. I mean, this one's
No,
government
just
issued,
for-
so it's
They're no.
Please.
They're antiques. Okay, they were used to be family heirlooms at one point, and the magic's gone. But they can't fly anymore. But yes.
Oh, I see. No problem. I mean, I've been in the market, preferably new but used. If you know the makers of the vroom broom, right?
The vroom.
God,
The vroom broom. They
believe-
go. He just like starts rambling off statistics for how fast or agile this particular brand of broom of flying is, and it's all in one ear and out the other.
Baro is going to take the opportunity and just sort of go, perhaps our host and friend here can help you more with this broom situation after you have told us if our feathered friend here is in any trouble.
Oh, yes, thank you. So he takes out his notes and starts looking and goes, points at Clucky and he just goes, Mr. McCluckerson,
Yes.
Yes.
you're shitting me.
No.
Yeah, that's his name.
That's his given name or chosen name based on that is what he chose.
Would there be a
Papa gave me
problem?
that name.
I just, like, we've had
Yes,
naming
gents, I found it
competitions for
strange as
some
well.
things, and usually it ends up being whatever the thing is, Mick, whatever the name is. So it's like been a running gag, like Bodie McBothface and things of
I
that
think
nature.
the name suits him very well. Like,
I'm not judging. It's just it was hard to believe. We thought that I mean,
do you
Apologies.
find it
Are
hard to
you
believe that a giant humanoid chicken is named Clucky?
What's a chicken?
McCluckerson.
apologies? Are you suggesting that you are? Are you making fun of our friend's name?
Oh, I apologize if I was. I did not. I did not wish to be insensitive. It's
Oh,
just
perhaps you would like to carry on with the information then.
well, he was crossing sky lanes without any sort of signaling. He was it appeared at the time, we've been told differently, to be using some type of unlicensed mechanism for flight. Turns out that those are biological in nature, but we've learned that. But and then the other things that he was
Gentlemen,
saying were very.
Gentlemen, please. These are my guests from beyond our walls. They have traveled very, very far. Nomads.
This one's the frontier one I was telling you about.
And they are just staying the night. And they would very much love a tour of the city at some point.
Frontier, these two are just like you.
They're choosing to ignore that.
Yes.
The one is gonna kind of like, knowing that, kind of give a little smile nod, and Soul, he's gonna kind of like lean in to like whisper to, and he's just gonna go, he mentioned something about being touched by someone after a few drinks.
Oh,
Yes,
that was
our
the
blind friend here.
blind one. He touched me and made me feel better.
No! Oh my god! Stop!
Save the child. Save the child.
I think Riley hears that and actually like gives a surprised look to Glocky.
Poor child.
I'm just being honest with you, sir. I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't try to follow up with, So everything is for sure fine. No.
Yeah, this
funny
one's
business.
the blind one, and he points to Baro, points to Xanthi. That's the broken one. She just got over her dealing with her poison issue, and then the hatchling points to Riley. That's the hatchling. Was originally shelled in metal, now meat. The hatchling, huh? You understand?
No meat.
This is my family.
They look concerned, but not in the they should intervene way. In fact, I'm gonna give this to Baro, knowing his passive
Gentlemen,
perception.
I will make sure they are. Go ahead.
With Baro's passive perception, he picks up on the other one who hasn't been leaving the conversation. Just go, I really don't want to have to deal with all this paperwork.
Oh, so naive, Clucky.
Baro's
So
just
naive.
gonna take the
I will
opportunity.
ensure their safety.
Xanthi's
I
just
will
kind of sitting
ensure
there
their
just being like,
safety
I'm sorry, go ahead.
as their passage.
They give you
Not
a
the delay in
nod.
audio.
They give you a nod. Just going, all right. Well, I mean, I guess no harm, no foul, or I'm sorry. Anyway, so yes,
Right over his head.
on with your day then, and Just remember to stay in this. He takes a second. He goes, "Stay in the skywalks." Or what did we call them? What was it? How did he describe them?
Skylanes?
Skylanes.
Well, Skylanes is the
Sky-
official one. What you said, like walkway.
Walkway.
Or
Yeah.
walk. Oh, the skyways. Stay in the
Yeah.
skyways.
I still don't understand. There's no stones in the sky. Yeah.
Your host will tell you, and we'll just kind of, dismiss the lights that have been around you guys, and they both take off, give you a salute, and
I'm
But-
gonna. Bara's gonna, if these people actually are using flying brooms, knowing that he has actually Riley currently present, and knowing that they're still kind of like waking up, he will just try to give them like a gentle like tap on the side of their heads and then sort of like gesture in the direction as he sort of senses with his hearing that the feet basically lift from the ground and they're not like they're there, but they're no longer touching the ground. Because hoping that he'll be able to have them see that these people are in brooms and about to fly off.
Yeah.
I think
See,
you do
that-
that, and like they've been like leaning up against your leg, like half asleep the entire time, and kind of like watch as this happens, and just kind of stare for a second, trying to process what they're watching.
See, I told you that it's flying sticks. I don't understand. It's cool. I want to ride
And then
one.
they kind of like tap incessantly on Barrow's leg, and after having his attention, like the brooms. They're
Yes, I know.
are they the what? Huh?
And there's
Good morning.
carpets too that do the same thing. We should go get one.
Like Aladdin?
Aladdin? What's Aladdin?
You don't know? Did you not ever watch?
Oh, wait, Pointy Deer, can you take us to go get some flying sticks and flying rugs?
It's called a
Well,
flying carpet. They're called flying carpets. And in Aladdin, the Aladdin finds one. I think, what do they call it? Rug? That's what Genie calls him. It's a whole thing. He's got a
Are
cool
these-
personality.
Are these friends that you used to have back home?
No, they're from a movie.
You had genies?
No, it's from a
Genies
movie.
are powerful creatures.
I love Genie. He was played
What's-
by Robin
Genies
Williams.
are terrifying. Who's Robin Williams?
He was an actor.
why are they Robin Williams?
Can we go get flying sticks
That's the real question.
and stuff now? I don't care about these people. I just want the stick that flies and the rug.
Clucky, I believe we have other matters
Fly on
to.
your own.
Perhaps later.
Fine.
Our host, I believe, was suggesting about going to the rookery.
Oh yeah, the temple place.
What's there? Are you gonna be able to fight something?
No, Clucky, that's where Petrichor needed to do the thing. To get the thing to do the thing.
Oh, okay.
Also, it's possible my contact will be there to provide an extra power source to power your dial thing.
Can I fight him?
No, Clucky, no fighting. Bad.
I would
And actually, like,
strongly
mimics
recommend against it,
spraying
seeing
a
as-
water bottle.
God, if you sprayed Clucky with a water bottle, he'd
No, they
probably
just like
go right
pretend to
into
do
rage.
it. The sound, they're just like. Tss, tss, tss.
Like Pavlov's dog, like whenever like Riley's trying to say something that's meant to be like, stay away, Clucky, you just and Rocky recognizes that's what it means. It's just like, oh, sorry.
All right, can we get this over out?
This needs to be canon.
I want to. I want to get the flying sticks and the flying rug.
Clucky, you can already fly without them. Why do you want them?
Do you know how tiring it is to fly around with all these weapons on my back? I got a giant stick that can poke people from like far away.
Well,
and,
it's not my fault that you
the-
carry
the-
around a fucking arsenal with you.
Why don't you
you never. What?
Put it in a bag.
It is on my bag. It's
Well, my
I
feathered
made
friend,
it.
there are several shops along the way we can peruse along the way to the rookery.
We're gonna go shopping. I've never. What?
We
Is it like a buffet?
To bring this to a close, I will
Focus.
I will say this, Soul. I told you last session that you know a god.
Who knows a guy?
You know,
Uh-oh.
We're bringing up that perhaps you might meet them at the rookery. You do know that this person, like yourself, also runs a magic item shop within the district known as the Fingers. So, depending on the time of day, you can choose which area to try to have this encounter with this person. It's just where it would end up being. Knowing that some people want to shop and some people would like to see a place of worship. I will say that given that you live in your shop, you are probably already in the Fingers. Whereas you would have to travel to the rookery, which is in the Skull district.
How do you get inside a finger?
Which is on the other side of.
Yeah, it would,
The
it would be a little bit
Fingers.
of a hike, but yeah.
It's not quite actual Fingers, right? It's just a name what we call a district.
When Clucky stride up, if at any point, if he were to look down, would have seen the streets were kind of just sprawled out like a set of fingers, and that's how it got the name.
So you can assume that perhaps it did look kind of Finger-esque, but there is a reason why it is called the Fingers, and Soul would absolutely know that.
Oh, that's not the reason.
Because
people,
I'm getting nowhere from the Marvel Universe vibes, and I'm here for it.
In regards to your first question, Clucky, about rooms and how they operate in the sky, there are various colored poles set up along the rooftops of each building. Mine doesn't have one, unfortunately, but it indicates it doesn't quite reach the height requirements, shall we say. And, well, it's how everyone knows to stay out of everyone's way.
I don't understand how you could fly into somebody else in the sky. It's quite large, but if you guys need lanes to figure out how to fly, that's your problem. Okay.
Well, consider this: if a messenger is flying at breakneck speed, and you have a slow-moving carpet in front of him, collisions can happen. Well, it's a big web almost of just different flights all coming together. So you can't necessarily just fly over something. You have to be in your sky lane.
What's the point of flying if you're just going to restrict yourself to a certain height?
Well, there was at one point when there was no rules, and, well, that did not go over very well. So we had to establish some ground rules in the case of flying.
I'm starting to understand why you two-leggers don't only have two legs. It's just not natural for you to fly, I suppose.
You have two legs?
I also have wings, though.
Okay, fair enough.
But you have two legs.
Yeah.
You're land walkers. Land walkers.
You are a land walker.
You are just also a sky flyer.
All right, can we go take care of whatever we need to do so I can go pick up a flying stick? I want a stick that flies.
Yes, let's make our exodus.
All
So,
right.
are we heading
Eagerly.
to the rookery or just around the fingers for the marketplace?
I will remind you, Petrichor is the one who requested going to the rookery. And we have Riley right now.
Whoopsie.
Petrichor in the back of Riley's head going, no, we have to go to the church so I can do the things that I'm sorry, I'm driving now.
Sorry, bad reception. Can't really. Sorry.
And Petrichor's just like, what do you mean bad reception? We're in each other's heads.
Hey,
You wait your turn.
you're
It's my
breaking up.
turn.
You're breaking up.
I'm getting cyberpunk vibes.
Gets a tune in her head. In their head.
Also,
He's
Matt,
We
Matt
have a city
question.
over.
KJ,
Would
answer.
I have had enough time to attune to the dagger?
You absolutely would have.
A dagger, you say?
Knowing that this happened over the course of a long rest, I will say that there is definitely chances that that not only Riley was involved in this, but Petrichor, because what you are holding is affectionately called the dimensional dagger of Dr. Diago.
What?
Listen here. Listen here.
Just slicing through portals.
Just
All right,
dropping
all
that
right.
like that.
All right. All
It
right.
is a +1 silver dagger. However, it does have a nifty little enchantment on it.
Enchantment.
Once per day,
Blink.
you may cast Misty Step,
Ooh.
so long as you are attuned to this dagger. But additionally, if you score a critical hit on a natural 20 with this dagger, instead of dealing damage, you cast the spell Banishment on the
Yo!
target with
Shut-
a DC of 18.
Oh my god!
What?
Smash!
So they get banished to a different plane on top of the
What?
sneak attack damage that explodes inside their core. That's lovely.
No,
I
it doesn't
love
do it. It doesn't
Doesn't
do
do
any
damage.
extra damage.
doesn't do
it
damage.
just poofs
It
them.
just does that.
But the
My
nifty
God.
thing about that is that you don't have to concentrate on banishment. They are just gone
How many times per day
God.
can that happen?
on a natural 20.
Oh, so that's a
Anytime they
natural
roll a
20.
natural 20.
Okay.
So help me
That's
God if
fucking
KJ
sick.
rolls nat 20, nat 20, nat 20, nat 20, nat 20, every turn and bamfs 5 different enemies into another dimension. Power to you.
They're all just
Isaac!
hanging out. They have like a
Isaac,
support
we need
group.
you! Isaac, we need you to play Riley! Anytime we go up against a BBEG, Isaac subs in for Riley.
Oh my
Please write
God.
all that down so that I don't get misquoted later,
Hold
and
on,
I will
hold
try
on,
to
hold on.
make the item as a homebrew item in D&D
No,
Beyond,
it's-
which I kept saying that I was going to do, and it got away from me.
All right.
Ooh.
+1.
Oh, if they save against banishment, you just stab them.
Lovely.
Like, so the damage still happens.
That's
too
fucking
cool.
dope as shit.
A pretty cool dagger.
So, while they get all that written down,
Cool.
is this the ever long awaited shopping episode?
We have a shit ton of stuff that we need to sell.
You do.
Baro literally has no possessions. That's because of his monk life, so he goes where the group goes.
I have a bunch of weapons I need to get rid of.
Well,
So-
we can also peruse the things that are here in my shop first before continuing on.
That is true.
Well, what all do you have?
Your flying sticks.
I have dust aplenty. Flying sticks, yes. Just between you and I kind of lied to those lawkeepers, excuse me. And yes, those brooms are in fact magical of a sort. In fact, but I haven't made them fly, so I don't know. I just know there's magic in them.
Why would you lie to the lockkeepers?
Well,
I did it all the time when I was living. My dad yelled at me all the time, but I did it all the time.
some
Perhaps-
things are sacred, and you must lie to protect them.
Or the law is just assholes and are only looking for trouble, so you lie so you don't get in trouble.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, the hatchling said a bad word. Wait, I say bad words.
You say it all the time. So does Xanthi. What's so bad about me saying it?
Xanthi like kind of looks a little shocked at the child and then just kind of chuckles.
Perhaps
Oh,
we
they
can.
learned so well.
Perhaps we can begin exploring what are the things that you are willing to offer to us. So,
Matt, what kind of things would you allow me to have?
how many thingamabobs? Does he have plenty?
God.
Yes.
He's got gizmos and gadgets galore. Is that the next line? Is that what it is?
I think so, yeah.
I got gadgets and gizmos aplenty. I got who's it's and what's it's galore. You want
That's-
thingamabobs? I got
That's
20,
right.
but who cares? No big deal. I want more.
Yes. Essentially,
Who cares? No big deal. Here's a dragon orb.
Okay, I 100% think
Riding on
whatever
brooms.
started this circle of thinking for us, Riley's just humming that song softly to themselves.
so
Beautiful.
as you are perusing my shop, it's basically just like an antique store almost. Like it seems like everything is just jumbled everywhere, but Soul knows where everything is. It's just, but it doesn't seem like why is this dwarven armor next to a lace like magical cloak? Like it doesn't make sense. But like it's all
Dwarven
just
armor?
mishmashed together. No, just an example. But I mean, let's see what Matt said.
So, knowing that you are primarily one who fixes magic items, but you also do have magic items for sale, I would say, like, as for ready stock, like pretty much common magic items, you have like 2 or 3 of pretty much anything. Jeez, Taylor.
It happens all the time, and it's my favorite thing.
And then I will basically say, like, by the book, you can have, we'll say, 5 thematically appropriate uncommon magic items and 1 rare magic item.
Flying broom.
Okay.
So if you want to, like, wing it as you're just, like, tossing them out there, beautiful. If not, I can just hit up a random table.
Let me peruse real quick, and then I will tell you.
Riley just kind
I know
of
there's one.
tugs on Barrow's cloak.
What about those little bottles full of red liquid that you guys use all the time?
Health potions?
Sure, if that's what you call it.
I also love how you described like a red bottle to a blind person.
He smells the color red.
He smells the color. What does red smell like? Blood?
Crayon.
Cherry.
Crayon?
Cherry.
I say that 'cause
So-
I love cherry.
Soul
Oh.
pull up.
Victor
From-
Bros.
Oh no!
Go. Oh, Victor. No, come back. Baby, come back. Oh, me.
Victor, no!
Wake up.
The plan
Yeah,
is
he's
working.
While he is gone, I'll go ahead and explain these things really quick. So from behind a side bookcase next to his desk, he will pull out a black candle, and he will light it with the match, and it's a blue and purple flame. And this candle can be used to speak to the dead, not the zombies that you see while shambling around. No, not those. From beyond the grave, spirits, ghosts.
As a chicken coalesces on Clucky's shoulder.
Yes, and
He just stares at you intently.
whenever Alfred isn't summoned by me, you can probably use this to speak to him as well. And let's see, then he will pull out a little leather-bound, black leather roll case, and he will unroll it on the desk, and you will see, looks like for IRL, it looks like Tibetan tattoo needles.
Ooh.
These are magical, and with the right practitioner, you can use these to inscribe a spell onto your skin. It's usually a one-time use kind of thing, but if there's anyone artistic in the group here, we can certainly come to an arrangement.
Papa always said I drew great stick figures.
Well, if you like to draw stick figures on people, then these are for you.
Get some sweet ink from Clucky. It's just a little stick family with a tiny one for Riley.
There's this one is the blind one. He is like he is like Papa. Then this one here is the broken one. She is broken, and then
Thanks.
Soul will pull on a very thick glove that also has like some metal plates in it, and then he will reach into a cauldron and pull out a still smoking, just like ever so slightly smoking red cube. This is mined from our deep recesses of our land. This is a thermal cube. With it, you can heat up a small space, to about 95 degrees of heat Fahrenheit. Then he'll put
Does
it down.
Fly?
No, it just kind of hold it, I suppose, or put it on a stand in a room.
Just want
Preferably metal, so it doesn't, melt anything.
So it's like one of those insulated bags that keeps your food warm.
I just want a stick, a flying stick. That's all I want. Can I have a
Insulated
flying
bag.
stick now, please?
Well, he'll kind of like seem exasperated as Clucky just keeps asking these questions. Like, all right.
Quit holding me in suspense and give me a flying stick.
He'll put the cube back of the cauldron, take off the glove, and he'll walk to the very back of the shop, and he'll seem to kind of disappear for a moment. Then he'll get up on a stepping stool, because these things are attached to the wall. So if he's 7 feet tall, it's about like 12 feet up. And you'll see brooms. You'll see one that is of a dark wood, one of a reddish tinted wood with silver bristles, and then you'll see one that is green and brown looking, that has very golden bristles, and they're all chained up there. So you say that I have
Xanthi
to unlock several locks to get it.
is gonna like kind of be eyeing the dark looking broom. But she's not gonna say anything really at first. She's gonna let Clucky take his pick because
Clucky
she
is
knows.
just tapping both Borrow and Xanthi on the shoulders, like, "It's the flying stick! It's the flying sticks!"
Yes, it's the flying sticks.
He'll bring all three down into his arms and carry it over. They're actually. It looks like he's kind of struggling a little bit, actually.
The one where the party becomes a biker gang.
Oh my god!
Dumps the brooms onto the desk. The black one actually kind of makes a dull boom sound as it kind of resonates,
Smash.
almost. And you'll see as the brown and green one touches the desk, it kind of starts to sprout like moss and some tiny flowers along it as it touches the desk for some reason. You don't know why, you don't know what's going on, but it's just doing that.
Is this witchcraft?
Maybe. Maybe. Right. Well, these are the three brooms I have in my possession. You can take a look. I have not been able to unlock their inner magic to get them to fly, so I guess that would be on you.
As soon as you say that, he just reaches out, grabs one, and sits on it, and hops up into the air.
You mount this broom, you jump, and you land on your feet.
What the fuck? You said this is a flying stick.
Clucky, he just explained that you have to activate the magic in them somehow.
In order to unlock a magic item, you have to attune to it. Some magic items require you to eat, sleep, and bathe with it. Some require you to perform a certain task in order for this magic to be unlocked. There's various things.
Clucky, what are you doing? Clucky, put the broom down.
I would advise you to buy the item before you insist on trying.
Xanthi will take the time at this point, and she's gonna pick up the black one and just do a vibe check, I guess.
Hey, man.
Clucky was
How
about
you
to
doing?
smack a beam with the broom. And before he said something, he's like,
Which one did you pick up?
The moss one.
The moss one. Okay. The moss feels like the carpet downstairs. It kind of like gloms onto your skin and just like it's trying to like feel you out, I guess. It feels like a tiny fibers just rubbing against your skin.
Microfiber. Ew.
Bad touch.
Oh god. Well, I think his magic sticks are broken, but if you
Oh no,
There you
the
go, Hashima.
magic is definitely there. You just have to unlock it.
I don't know how this magic stuff works, so I'll leave it to you.
Oh, Cluck.
What's a potion?
Ah, yes, potion. And he'll gesture to the cabinet, the glass cabinet to one side that has just a shit ton of potions in there, all different colors and sizes. These, I guess you could call them a helping hand, a buff, if you will, to your current self. It helps you be stronger, faster. It could heal you. It could provide you more magic, turn you invisible. Just depends on the potion.
I could be like one of the characters in Harry Potter.
Don't know who Harry Potter is, but
How many
or
characters
was
are in a Harry Potter?
Harry Potter is.
Well,
Why is
Harry
a
Potter.
why
Harry
is a
Potter
pot
had
Harry?
yeah, Harry Potter. He was a kid. He
Was like, yeah,
Sorry.
Harry kid?
no. It's a movie series. It's a set of movies.
Did he make
What's
Pops?
a movie?
You know what a picture is, right?
I know what a
uh,
painting is.
We know what
Okay.
pictures are, yeah.
So a painting,
I think.
but it moves to tell a story. So it's like a lot of the pictures put together, but like moving, so it tells a story. It's like a play, but
It's
on a screen.
Papa used to read me books like that before.
Yeah, it's like in person, filmed adaptations of books.
like a play.
I don't know what
Yeah,
any of those
but
words mean.
different.
So
Well, we do have a theater here if you're looking for a play.
you do, and they do something similar, except they call them illusory plays.
Ooh.
Ooh, fancy.
In fact, I have a pipe here, and he'll pull out from his cloak a pipe.
Covers Xanthi's eyes.
Hey, she gave up drinking. She didn't give up smoking.
Exactly.
Smoking's good. And he will take a puff from it, and from his mouth will expel what you perceive to be just pure darkness coming, and it just fills the room. And then
I don't like it.
you hear his voice, and he's just kind of giving you, like, I'm gonna just to sum up, he's giving you like a narrative thing, and all of a sudden you see sparks of light that come together and start to blink faster and coalesce into this phantasmal depiction of basically all of Evanfell. To kind of give you like a rundown of like the like bare bones history of Evanfell that he knows. And you can see like it to zoom out and all this stuff, and then once he's done, you will see the darkness just start to coalesce together and just go back up into his nose. Yes, this is a pipe of phantasm. With it, you can create many illusions, anything from your mind's eye, and put them on display for everyone to enjoy. I personally enjoy it just because I smoke a lot. So, yes, it's multifunctional. You see.
Well, the flying sticks don't fucking work, and you got magical smoke or whatever. But
What are you looking for?
a fight.
There's a... Well, I
I can use
and
a fight.
he'll go to a bookshelf. No, that's not. And pull out a very heavy leather tome. It is pure white, and it has a small gold clasp. He'll flick it open. Where is it? Golem. Yes. And then it's just a diagram of like things, and he'll go to a pot, pull out this clay. It looks like clay to you, and then he makes like a tiny little clay doll looking thing. There. If you need a fighting partner, I'm sure there's ways you can. you inject magic.
I got
into it.
training dummy.
He's just gonna be suplexing it the whole time.
I got a training dummy. So it's a little action figure right now, and if we can find a way to enchant it, it can get big.
Yes, this is the basic shape. I'm not a magician. This is just what I know from the books, but it's there for you to read if you like. I'm not really interested in such stuff.
Don't know how to read, but I've pretended to read a few times. I like to make up stories in my own head as I look at the book. It's just a bunch of scribbles. I don't understand how you guys will understand what it says, but
Cookie, do you want me to read it to you? I don't have
Sure.
a super high reading comprehension, but I can try.
I don't know what that means, but it sounds fun.
I can read better than you can, but not as good as Xanthi.
Well, I can't read at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know that.
Riley's like,
Okay.
yeah, that's what I said.
Sounds good. I would like that. Yeah.
I could teach you the way my mom taught me. Yeah.
If you guys need help, I don't mind helping you guys with the bigger words.
I can sound it out.
All right. Well, you know I'm here if you need anything.
Wait a minute. Riley,
It's 10.
you take a peek at this book
Mm-hmm.
that, they were just reading fine, and you go, it's okay, I can read.
Not the
And
same
you
language.
cannot read it.
Okay.
It is
question.
not written in English.
What's it written in?
Okay. Other
Common.
question.
Common and English are different.
Do the languages that Petrichor know transfer over, or is it just Petrichor?
I
Could I have Petrichor reading it to me in my brain while I'm trying to sound out what they're saying?
Plot hole. Loop
We'll go with that.
there.
Holes.
We'll go with that. We'll make that work. You guys are starting to bridge the connection and make things easier. I'll say that this is a nice side effect of that.
You look at it, you have no idea what the words say, and then Patrick chimes in.
Like with all of the confidence, just kind of takes it. It's like, yeah, I got this. Like sits down, crisscross applesauce, like looks at it, and there's a moment of, oh boy, I don't know what any of this says. Before, like in their head, Riley's like, hey, Petrichor, can you read this?
Do we know what the predominant race is of Ebenfell?
Mostly the elven races, particularly High Elves, Drow, and Shadar Kai.
Then
Oh,
I
so
would
it's
think
all in-
this book is written in Elvish.
Oh shit!
Can
like it.
Does
Xanthi
Petrichor
read
know
Elvish?
Elvish? Hold on. Let me look at Petrichor's
Everybody's
certain a lot-
all of a sudden looking at all
Oh,
of
God.
their.
Oh, no.
Baro, do you read Elvish?
I do, yeah, I do.
I do! Petrichor does. Petrichor does have Elvish.
No,
Well, I
I
think
just
you
got
understand
Abyssal,
Celestial.
Common, Draconic, Dwarvish, and Infernal.
We got
But
this.
Not for you.
yeah, that's hilarious.
So just to in case I missed it, so we're currently in like this place with all the wares and stuff, yeah.
Yeah,
In
it's
Saul's
Soul's shop.
store.
Ultralight.
I mean,
We're doing a mini shopping spot before
Yeah.
we go get the rest of the supplies. Fuck you was adamant about.
so
saying
I
that.
don't know how to go about this because Baro is not really the kind of person to go like, oh, I'm gonna go shopping or even think about what he would want. But I would think that probably he would be just moving through the whole all the sections, just sort of doing his usual, very slowly as he takes very slow steps, sort of like doing the tap of his staff that allows him to like create his vibration to guide himself. His hand probably like sort of gently trace the shelves and very gently try to sort of just brush through some of the items, try to get a better feel and sense of them. And it's really more a intuition navigation thing rather than, oh, I'm looking for this or this looks like the thing. It's almost more the, do I get a feeling? Is there like something that resonates with me energy wise or key wise or whatever? I don't know if there's anything relevant for him there, but that would be probably the way that he would navigate that. Especially because
Bushido.
he doesn't really have money. So
Well, we have those gemstones. And Xanthi has a shit ton of them, considering she fucking jacked fucking Lovitar's bag.
mm-hmm.
We got feathers.
Which
Couple of hobgoblin ears too.
And plenty of hats.
trading scalps.
Yeah.
That got dark real quick.
I mean,
Your fault.
of all the group here, the only one barbarian that we have is Baby Chick.
Well,
wait.
Clucky's gonna be holding the little clay goblin or ogre now, because he's excited and wants to wrestle it.
I'm just picturing Clucky, but like a kid would play with like those like stretchy wrestler dolls that you can get.
Stretch Armstrong,
Yeah.
trying to stretch him out. How far can you stretch out? Oh shit!
Oh Christ.
Just throws him against the wall, watch him splat.
Scrap what I asked about, Matt.
Xanthi
Okay.
is still going to be looking
He's not
at
waiting for me.
It's still going to be looking at the dark broom, and she's going to turn to Soul and just be like, "Do you have any idea how we attune to these? Like, I think aside from bathing or washing with it."
He'll pick up the black room and he'll he has several rings on his hand that he'll wrap his knuckles on through, causing it to hum. I do believe this one has something to do with sound or music, perhaps.
Smash.
Not entirely sure. Maybe sing to it on a regular basis?
Question. Riley has been humming most of this time. Does the broom do anything?
KG trying to jack your attunement.
I literally said that I was humming, and I don't
I'm
know if it
joking,
just has an
I'm
effect.
joking.
Have you tried screaming in Draconic at it?
Let's be fair about this. I'll make a roll.
Ah!
I scream in Draconic. Does it respond?
Well, I rolled a nat 20, so yes, indeed it does do something. As you are humming, Riley, the broom starts to fluctuate, and you'll start to see as it's in my hands, you'll see like my muscles are like trembling. The air particles in the air are kind of like swirling around it a little bit as it kind of just like pulses to the notes that you are humming.
Fully enveloped in trying to read this book and just absent-mindedly humming, unaware of what is happening.
Xanthi, upon like seeing that, she'll look at Riley and she'll kind of look at the broom and she'll then just kind of sit and she'll start like kind of softly humming just like a gentle tune to herself to see how the broom would respond while also placing her hand on the broom.
As you are closer, it vibrates a lot harder, and
Smash.
you'll see in the cracks of the broom, like a little like pulses of light that start to kind of like swirl through the broom a little bit as it kind of reacts to the sound a little bit more because you're closer.
She would probably let the humming calm down for a moment before turning to Soul and be like, "How much do you want for this?" I don't have gold, but I do have these gemstones. And she's literally going to just open this bag, and it's just going to be filled to the brim with like these rubies.
There is a whole bag of rubies, sapphires, and emeralds.
Well, gold is fairly useless here, as it's not very alchemically.
It
Sound.
has as much use as it does in like modern society. It is used as currency, but yes, like for no point or purpose, they just have a whole thing of like these gems. You know that they can get a pretty penny for those.
Yes. Gems, however, are can be used as magical focal points depending on the certain aspect cast upon them. So yes, these are definitely good here. Yes.
Would you take it as a form of payment?
Yes, I'm certain I can do something with these. And he'll like super fast just scoop all the gems back into the bag and throw it underneath the desk.
Yeah.
So we have a deal?
Indeed. And he will pick up the broom.
I think him taking the entire bag, Riley notices and like, normally you name your price and then you pay. Like that's how that works. It has to be a fair trade. You didn't name your price.
I just took what was bartered. She presented
But
the
she
bag of jewels.
offered some of them to pay, not the whole bag. You gotta
Deal
be
has
fair.
been struck.
You're taking advantage of someone who doesn't know what's going on. That is
Excuse
not
me?
fair.
All right. You have a point,
Yeah.
young. And as you are helping out on my endeavors as well, I suppose, and he'll pull it back out the bag. And he'll take out one of the largest sapphires that are in there. Close it back up.
Xanthi will take a few rubies, and she's also going to go ahead and hand them to Sol as well. She's like, simply for being a good host to us. And she's then going to take the broom. And how heavy is this thing?
It is very heavy. Like, normally a broom you would think is like, what, like 5 pounds at most, maybe?
Mhm.
This one weighs like 40 pounds.
What the fuck kind of metal is it made of?
Okay,
It's not metal.
It's made out of the heart of a star.
can Xanthi lift this broom?
It's 40 pounds. You should be fine. Unless you're wearing a shit ton of armor.
Depends on how much more she has already on her.
So would I add a broom of flying to my inventory, I guess?
Yes, but when you actually attune to it, I'm going to give you other things to put onto it. Because normally you don't have to attune to a broom of flying, I don't think.
You do.
Ooh.
Yes,
Oh, it is an attunement normally?
it's a magical item.
Well, not all magical
No,
items
yeah.
need
That's
attunement.
true, but I mean, let me double check. If it's just a bloom or flying, I'm pretty sure you do because I remember
I think-
Critical Role had to do that for their first campaign.
You don't, I don't think.
You just have to know the command word. They had to.
No, it's not.
they
You
had
don't have to
to-
attune it.
You have to short rest to figure
This
out
one you
the
do.
command word.
Well, that's what I
Because
was
this
saying.
one is-
If these ones are going to require attunement, each one, since they're all different, are going to have a little thingy.
A little spice to
that-
them.
yeah.
How cool!
Little flair.
Yeah.
Get a little added bonus. I like it.
So I've added the broom of flying. It only says that they're 3 pounds in the inventory, but
But these are special.
yeah, I know these are special. I don't know how I would add like 40 pounds to see if I'd be unencumbered or not.
It'll tell you. Just look at your inventory
If you go,
management.
yeah, if you go to your inventory and then there's on the top left is going to be weight carried. If you click there, it'll open a tab that'll show you your carrying capacity.
Well, I know my carrying capacity. Well, I have weight carried, and it says
Okay.
123 pounds.
Yeah, and then if you click on it, it should open another tab that says carrying capacity.
She's looking at it on the phone. It doesn't show up.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull it up on. Let me pull it up on my freaking laptops.
Clucky can carry up to 345 pounds on his person.
Yeah, I am very aware of that. Considering he has a fucking arsenal on his back and can suplex anyone like
So
that is
Sandy,
either his
your,
size
car-
or less.
your carrying capacity is 180, which means that if you add 40 pounds, you still would have 17 pounds left.
Ooh, what are you
Okay,
carrying?
cool. So do you not remember? I have a giant fucking chest I carry on my back.
Oh, you're the haunted one in the background. Okay. Makes sense.
Yeah. Xanthi has
Makes
like
sense.
a giant ass chest on her back. And
we haven't
so
talked about this in a long time.
you know, the one that she used to keep her barrel of whiskey on.
Yeah.
But
I like it.
Xanthi would just kind of take the broom. She will attach it to her trunk on her back, and she's just gonna kind of hum to herself.
And it starts taking off on her back. Ooh, look, you can fly.
Rocket ship, jetpack.
Bara's going to take the fastest broom.
I'm
I'm flying!
No, the cops pull Baro over. Sir, are you blind? I'm sorry, I didn't see the stop sign back there.
Our MC name's going to be the Roost.
I didn't see the cloud turn to red cloud. I'm sorry.
Oh
I
god.
love this. This is the best day ever.
Well, Xanthi has a broom of flying that she's gonna have to sing to.
Yeah, buddy.
I mean, don't we all have to sing to our brooms in the end?
But yeah, I will say, with any time really in between like fighting or chaos, Xanthi would just kind of be humming to herself, I'll say. Also just trying to vibe with the magic and yeah.
Get in the zone, auto zone.
Get-
Yep.
Auto zone. Yeah.
Get in the zone, auto zone.
All right. I'm gonna.
All right, is that everything you all need?
We need. I said that we need potions. So let's go get some
Yes.
potions out.
I have some
Alright.
here.
As long as they aren't.
Mostly just the odd health potion and magic potion.
It's not poison, right? It's
Oh,
It's not gonna make me feel warm and fuzzy on the inside like the last poison thing you gave me.
Listen. I have a very good friend who I vetted myself who makes these potions. All right, I promise you, they are not poison.
All right. Let's go get some potions and punch something in the face, possibly. I would like to punch something really, really hard.
Clucky, please do not just start punching people in the face in the city. We do not need another run-in with the lawmakers here.
You could always try to punch me, Clucky.
Where we
Really?
are going,
Keyword try.
where we are going to the rookery, right? There are several nobles that attend this establishment. I would advise keeping all hands and feathers to yourself.
So, making our way to the rookery, yes?
Downtown.
Making our way downtown. Walking fast with the chicken next to us.
So faster than most.
And your broom takes off. Little did you know it was just who is that? That's not Alanis Morissette. I can't think right now.
I really wish we still had Kit's like freaking music player. Then I just like put the headphones on the broom and like just play, call it a day. But then I feel like Guns N' Roses would have tuned to my broom instead of me.
Then you have to play the music every single time you had to fly.
It's this theme music for whenever we go and fight people.
If I could just throw lightning tonight, you could just see me flying by. Oh,
I need a cameo music video now.
You know I'd fall 1,000 miles just to stab someone.
Named Avrak.
That
Zandy's new
bastard.
song.
And see.
We're gonna start a band, you guys.
Actually, on that note, yes, I was going to put us to a quick break anyway. So as we have sort of travel time, so yes, y'all can get your first hit single together. Figure out the parody lyrics, and we will see everybody in 10 minutes picking up in the Rookery.
To be the dice.
See you soon. guys, there is an actual Clucky McCluckerson. Welcome back.
I love
Thank
this.
you all very much for and we are coming back to our wonderful story, The Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago. If you like what you're seeing and you want to see more of us, tune in every Wednesday here. We are going to be putting this show on. Go follow us on all of the other social medias. To be diced ADV, all one word. It's the same thing everywhere. And if I am checking my calendar correctly, Tarzan, correct me if I am wrong, but I believe that the return of Frontiers of Eberron is scheduled for this coming Sunday, November the 12th.
You got it right. That's right, folks. To Be Diced Adventures is returning the one and only show, Frontiers of Eberron, this coming Sunday at whatever time zone that I don't recall because there's too many of them. It's taking place this Sunday. Tune in. It's a long-awaited return. There, mind you, if you've been with us from the start, there are going to be some slight changes due to people not being available anymore for the show. So just keep that in mind. We're going to try and keep it as true to the current story arc that's already been played out. So hopefully we can recover with what we got left. But yeah, tune in Sunday for the return of Frontiers of Eberron. Back to you, Matt.
Alrighty. So, that being said, we pick up as our intrepid band of adventurers make their way through the city, and as Sol gave you a little bit of a show with his phantasmal pipe, you now have a little bit of a backstory of the city and its structure. The biggest thing that is sort of at odds with what you would know is that the school of necromancy is not only it doesn't have a negative connotation on it, but further beyond that, it is the basis of the economy. Meaning that all public works, all general labor, all anything of that nature within the city are performed by necromancers or other mages controlling the undead. Now, that being said, you also have found out that, sort of a long story short kind of deal. Of course, you can't have an undead workforce if you don't have corpses to bring back. Therefore, there are a lot of programs within the city, and the term post-mortem contracts, where you can get paid while you are alive for the rights to your corpse after you expire.
Oh my god, that is fucking demented.
So can I sign up for that?
God,
Asking for a friend.
so
I'm asking for a friend. I'm asking for a friend, but do we have a place where I can go?
IRL. If that question comes up, then the number one thing that you would be told is within Ebenfell Keep, because the number one source of labor necromancers is the government. They employ many necromancers for a lot of public works projects. There are privately owned necromancer businesses who would potentially pay more, but they're not exactly as readily accessible. That being said, the more undead that one can control, the more in demand your services would be, because if you can control, 3 bodies versus 12, you can get a lot more work done. So there is a good amount of crossover, actually. A lot of the people who are versed in necromancy and spells that animate are also people who are trained carpenters or masons or other types of architects, even to actually get all of these things together. That being said, with all of that, this is another reason why the Raven Queen is so revered within this city. As yeah, it's kind of sort of that bridge between life and death, and it is very carefully watched to make sure that everything is being done correctly and up to code. There are many, there's many laws in place to make sure that nobody is taken advantage of for any of these reasons, for whatever the case may be. And it's been growing ever so much, mostly due to the current Archmagister, Zeely Solin, who is revealed to be a centuries-old lich.
Smash?
That's what you're into. I'm not here to king shame. Anyway.
Oh, daddy.
No lich shaming here.
Lich, please. Anyway. So, with this, you then figure out the way that the districts are structured in the city. I've already mentioned there is the Skull District, which is basically the central of government. There is the Fingers, which is sort of the market district, where all of the main businesses would be located, anything of that nature. There is then the residential district known as the Ribcage, the upper and the lower ribs, being a sort of divide between the sort of wealthier estates and the more affordable. And then there is also the entertainment district known as the Jaw, where you would find plenty of theaters and other types of places where you would see sort of entertainment events like, be it shows, dances, or even sports. Somebody would have mentioned at some point in time the local Shadow Disc team known as the Ebenfell Wraiths. And finally, we have also the commercial district, where a lot of more so production is kept, and that is the Spine. There are many businesses there, lumber or metal fabrication or like quarries, anything of that nature to actually get larger products, anything like that, just kind of kept away from the residents to keep them in a very nice, beautiful place of living. And then there is the hint at the sort of hidden district known as the Crypts, or the Undercity, because this is where not only the undead workforce is stored, it is where they travel from district to district in a sort of underground subway system so that they can remain out of sight and keep the streets pleasantly looking.
So we're in Disney. Got it.
Yes.
Also, with the little history lesson, because Soul loves food, he would have touched on the spiciness of the food. In regards to the spicier your food is how higher up you are on the nobility status.
Oh.
I.e., because while you do have the undead parading the streets, they need, they're mostly powered by magic, but they also are kind of alive too. They need some semblance of the life they had in order to keep the stability going. So they give them food, but they can't taste anything. So they add spice in order for them to actually taste it. And the hotter it is usually how higher up on the ability.
Interesting.
On that note, there is a lot of sentient undead around. I mean, having mentioned that the leader of the city, the Archmagister, is a lich, there is also rather commonplace things like mummies or vampires or what's the other one that I'm looking for? Whites. Yes, I believe that whites would be what I'm looking for. Usually the sort of corporeal undead. Not too many ghouls. Ghouls are more so ravenous, so those don't exactly last too long in a very situated area here. Revenants, anything of that, anything of that note. Yes, these are pretty commonplace because naturally, when you figure out how to extend your life through the power of necromancy, you can keep doing what you're good at. Not to mention, with some of these things, like lichdom or being a mummy or a couple of the other things, comes the natural ability to control other undead. So, yeah, there's
Every time an undead of any kind is nearby, Riley is just clutching onto Barrow's robes. Because it's The Walking Dead. They've seen The Last of Us and The Walking Dead before. It never ends well.
Debatable. We can always have fun slaying the undead.
Well,
let's do this.
So, we continue into the Skull District, and you make your way to a very vast temple known as the Rookery. And not just in this area, KJ I will address, but there is very prominent throughout the city as a whole iconography of the Raven Queen, whether it just be her holy symbol embroidered or branded onto certain things or carved into, or potentially, different claims of her true likeness, whether it be a woman with raven wings or something that looks a little bit more like a Kenku. There's a few different depictions, but all are accepted as the Raven Queen. She's kind of a big deal here. So, you are now approaching this very tall church with beautifully crafted sort of Gothic architecture, some very tall windows, long pillars, very high spires that come to a very sharp point at the top, and the very tall ebony double doors currently open, accepting worshippers coming and going pretty much the entire time. To Soul, you know that the individual that you are looking for is probably within, probably towards the back of the temple, doing his best to, we will say, negotiate with somebody.
all right. Well, here we are at the Rookery. If you would like a tour, I'm sure we could arrange that now. If you want to just get straight to it, then let me know.
The temple thing was kind of more Petrichor's deal.
Do you know if there is anything they would like to do now that we are here?
Can y'all talk in your head?
Yeah, whenever you see me kind of like a whoo talking. I mean, one of the potential things that you can use for the spell they wanted to try is a font of holy water, but I don't know. Other than that, they're just kind of curious about it because temples are a weird thing. They have questions, but they kind of say that can come later when we're not busy.
Do you mean water blessed by the Raven Queen?
Well, any holy water will do. But it's got to be like a big old font of it.
Big font. I'm not a member of the clergy, but I'm sure we could ask.
I suppose we can.
And then Soul will lead us to probably the dais where the altar is in the center, wherever it's located.
Absolutely. Um, sorry, give me a second. Okay, so you go inside and you see these very tall pillars, and interspersed there are long pews, all aiming towards technically the front of the church where the altar is, upon a raised stone dais. Um, and there are several what you can identify as clergy around, wearing some sort of monotone robes with the holy symbol of the Raven Queen clearly presented. They're talking with several citizens of the city, the normal things, people looking for guidance, people just trying to learn more, whatever the case may be. And upon the altar, basically just wrapping up a conversation, is a tall Shadar-kai wearing a more ornate robe. His white hair tied back into a nice braided ponytail, and he looks at all of you as you approach, and just hello, and how might our matron serve you this wonderful day?
Yes. These fine travelers here are my guests, and they are inquiring about some blessed water, I suppose. Do you have such things?
Yes, we absolutely have holy water by the flask available. Normally for purchase. Is this just for private blessing or?
Riley kind of walks out from around Barrow.
It's well, no, because we have a small little vial.
And like pulls out a small little vial of partially empty holy water.
But there's a spell. Spell? Is that what it's called? I think so. A thing that
looks up at him.
I want to try, but I don't have enough. It's gotta be like a font.
You kind of get curious and just go, what is the goal of this spell, little one?
And does that kind of like 100-yard stare for a second.
It's supposed to help you be able to see something or someone that's not like with you, that's in the same plane of existence.
Oh, you wish to scry?
Yeah, that.
Well, we do have a small font, as you put it, or pool, if you will, that is more than adequate for a spell of scrying. Although it's not just open to anybody for whatever purposes, scrying is very invasive, as you know. This is also some very powerful magics, young one, and just how long have you been in service of our queen?
And we'll kind of look back at Borrow and remember that he can't see and can't, but just like hope that he feels the intention of Riley doesn't know how to respond to this because Riley didn't even know who the Raven Queen was until a handful of hours ago.
Borrow is insightful enough to sense it, and he sort of adds to the conversation. I suppose the young one here, my ward, is seeking to set to practice things that perhaps the whispers of the queen herself may be encouraging her to do.
I'll kind of be taken aback for a moment and just go, my dear child, have you heard the Raven Queen?
Well, I saw her and had a conversation. Yeah.
His eyes actually widen.
I would like to have an insight to have a sense of what this reaction is from this person.
Absolutely.
Not me actually getting nervous.
Guidance.
It's just such a Papa Core thing to do.
I mean, it's a 13.
What intention?
My passive is 18.
So what you're kind of getting is sort of the genuine feel of like impressed and almost sort of like the word like encourage it, like sort of a feeling of encouragement. He looks at Petrichor afterwards and just after this exchange and says, "Come on, you are blessed indeed. It was not until much later in my years that I was given even a hint of a feeling even from the so you must truly have a, shall we say, touch of destiny about you."
Well, it's kind of complicated. I could explain it, but you can't say that I sound crazy.
I think that you would find that very hard for me to do.
Well, technically, I'm not. But Petrichor is.
And who is this?
They used to be an automaton, but through our journeys, we went through a surgery, kind of, that made it so their mind is now also in me, and we kind of swap places.
He gets a solemn expression and he kind of kneels down and kind of takes a look over you, and in that moment, like with that solemn expression, he just goes, "It wasn't pleasant, was it?" I apologize that your, shall we say, nearness to the Raven Queen was not a timely or expected instance for you. We try to celebrate these moments as best as we can and do what we can to make sure that those are comfortable that would be bridging this gap, if you would. However, it does appear that these events have left you, shall we say, touched. So, young one, Petrichor, was it?
Well, my name's Riley.
Riley.
Petrichor is listening, though.
I am High Priest Odak, and if I can, I shall help you with what you need. You may use our scrying pool under my supervision, of course, but I will do what I can to try and assist another, well, not quite cleric, am I right?
I mean, I'm not. Petrichor technically is, but they're confused how that works because, like, all the clerics that they knew, like, were, like, devoted and did stuff for their patron deity, but that's not how we work. It's complicated.
A common misconception for most people is that those who are clerics of their deities, or even just their domains that they choose, it's often misconstrued that they must spend their days, like I choose to, in a temple, going over scriptures and praying and having all of the rites and everything like that. But a cleric is the chosen. So you may not have decided your devotion to this particular deity in the capacity that it has been, but you have been chosen nonetheless. Now, it's not like some where they are indoctrinated into service, and it's also not like others who swear their selves and some type of oath of devotion into whatever service this may be. But that deity has, for some reason or another, taken you within their grasp. And they are guiding you.
Well, she did say she needed help.
What could she need help with?
I don't know. She was really bad at giving straight answers, but we were supposed to help him. And points back to Soul. And then
kind of look up and give it a little nod, and okay.
And then he would help me, us,
Not pointing to the rest of the party, but to themselves.
to help her, but she didn't say what with. But Petrichor is also really worried about the doctor, who they thought was here but might not be anymore, which is why we want to try to scry, but we don't know.
Just want to find Mom.
You're going to have to forgive our matron. Her dominion over life and death is very much so tied to the aspect of memory. Therefore, it's not exactly easy for her to convey something to someone if they don't have any sort of frame of reference for it. I mean, if I was trying to tell you my name without you having ever heard that name before, and all I could work with was things that you knew, that would make things rather difficult, would it not?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, Petrichor even more so, because There was this chest there too that was like locked up that they said was their memories, but that doesn't make sense.
Are you having trouble remembering?
I don't, but Petrichor does.
I mean, he'll kind of like think, and he. Well, if you can get approval, and it would have to be done by a member of the clergy, there is magics that could possibly fix that.
Well, she said that, like, we had to find the key, but I don't think the key's an actual key, but she didn't say what it was, but that Petrichor would know it when we got there, but I don't know.
Oh, it's never an actual key. Of course not. It's all metaphor and simile and the other words that Matt can't come up with right now because he failed English. But yes, there could be something you could possibly accomplish this on your own, and I would encourage you to do it that way, but should the need arise, maybe there's something that you feel you need in a more timely manner. Again, it would need to be approved because that spell is technically of the School of Enchantment. And that's also why it can only be done by a member of the clergy, as we are trusted members of society, so it's our job to help people.
I don't come from a place that has a lot of magic. And I can use a little bit of what Petrichor can do, but I don't understand the different types. So I'm kind of scared to try any of it because I don't know what any of it is.
If you're worried about potentially overstepping or getting yourself in trouble, any sort of talents or abilities that you might have that would be sort of bending someone's will in some way, shape, or form.
Well, earlier when we found out about the whole enchantment magic being not okay here, Petrichor wasn't bending anybody's will to theirs. They were, I think, blessing themselves to help them remember stuff. But he looked at me weird for it.
It's a simple enchantment, but an enchantment nonetheless. And this one could be used to, but it's not exactly infringing upon somebody else, but it is more so bending your own in such a way that might give you, well, if you want to put it bluntly or simply, an unfair advantage in certain situations.
I guess that's fair. It's like cheating in sports.
A very good example. So to Xanthi, a sport, like sporting events, would be like gladiatorial combat or like mounted racing for the most part.
And Riley's thinking about like football or soccer ball or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Golf.
Straight to jail.
Right to jail. Right to jail.
Spanish.
You do the golf, you go to jail. So, what would require for the clergy to approve of this? What are the determining factors? Should this be considered?
Well, the council technically would have to be the ones to approve it. We would just be the ones performing it. We don't have a say over who we can and cannot do it to. Well, to a point we can. If you get approval from the government, we can still deny the request afterwards, but we cannot approve one that is denied by the council.
You just hear Riley kind of mutter under her breath, "Why does everything have to go through the government?"
The government keeps us safe, little one.
Not where I come from. The
Just
government
hear
that I
Xanthi
come from.
scoff.
As you say, the government keeps us safe, little one. They're just like, not where I come from. Where I come from, they hurt me.
I'm very sorry that is your experience, but for the past several centuries, our majocracy has been doing everything that it can to protect and make beautiful this city for its citizens. I mean, that's not propaganda. I'm by no means a member of politics, but I am happy here.
Inside.
By all means.
25.
Are you really
Jesus.
happy, sir?
He in that statement is as honest as the day he was born.
I guess Alvaro will just. So, about the using the waters of the temple. You mentioned you would allow my ward to use them.
Yes, under my supervision. That's technically something that you would need to apply for, but I can make an exception for somebody so blessed.
We would be grateful to you.
Anything in service of our queen. And he kind of gives a low bow to you.
Mara just has a slight tilt.
Turns to Riley and goes, "Come now. Let us go.
Oh, okay.
You may all join, of course." And basically leads you through a door behind the altar, leading to the. Oh, it's been a while since I worked for the church. What's it called? Not the rectory. That is the house outside.
The green room. Totally.
Oh my
it's definitely
God.
The green room.
That
Is it
is
the
not-
Is it the
That is
vestibule?
definitely
Is that correct?
The vestibule,
Jesus.
or the
the Moscow
Oracle
Mule.
Tower.
The Moscow Mule is definitely the Moscow Mule.
Yes,
I love
the
Moscow
vestibule.
mules.
Those are great.
So leads you back there, and there's a lot of different religious implements back here, but there is a pretty sizable, basically fountain. There is a statue of the Raven Queen, sort of that humanoid version that has the wings, a hood up over, like, obscuring her face, and flanking her on either sides, spouting water into the fountain, are two ravens. And the water is cool and clear and pristine. And he leads you right over to it. It's fairly sizable. It's not deep. It's only like a few inches deep, but it's probably like a 10-foot radius pool. And he leads you to the edge. It's raised up probably like 3.5 feet off the ground. And he just says, so you have alluded to the fact that it is petrichor that is capable of this. Is this something that they would be available for?
Well, I kind of figured I'd do the thing that I did earlier.
And what is that?
Once or twice, we've kind of figured out how to do this switchy thing on purpose. It's a process, though.
It is indeed a sight to behold.
No, you can do it. Both of you can.
Okay, you can give it a shot. It appears like it is now or never.
Uh-huh.
Not necessarily. He's being nice.
D&D.
Riley just kind of looks up at him, gives him a nervous smile, and kind of at the edge of the font, just kind of sits down doing the crisscross thing.
Okay. No pressure. Okay.
And tries to go into that tranquil state.
If Alvaro also has a moment where he with a soothing voice, he just focus on your breath. Try to visualize a bridge, the reflection in the water. See yourself and Petrichor across from one another. See yourselves walking toward one another, meeting in the middle of the bridge, and choosing to move and stand the opposite side. Both willing, both understanding.
And they'll just close their eyes and try to concentrate. Charisma check, right?
Yes.
Guidance.
Wait a minute. You have the ability to cast spells from Petrichor like twice a day.
From Riley, yes. However, this is a really big spell, and Riley doesn't want to fuck it up.
Fair point.
This is more Riley being like, I'm okay with doing like little things that are necessary, but this seems like a big deal, and I don't want to fuck up your thing, so I'm gonna let you handle this.
Okay.
Okay. Oof.
Does guidance apply to this, Sir DM, or no?
Charisma check. So yes.
Mm-hmm. I don't have much hope for this one. It's an 18 combined for both.
For both.
Total, it's 18.
Again, this is to cast a spell or to bring forth Petrichor?
To switch.
To switch. For this moment, yes, this will be good enough to conceptually switch.
Coolio. I don't think I've rolled that low collectively for one of these rolls before.
Yeah, no. And you were rolling for like a really high DC at those times, like under
That's
duress,
true.
and having never done it before. So it was like 30. Yeah, it's not that much anymore.
Okay.
So
It's also because Riley understand the reason. One of the other reasons for wanting to do the switch is while Riley knows of the doctor and has technically seen the doctor, Petrichor knows that the spell is more likely to succeed if you are very, very familiar with the individual. And Riley is not.
okay.
It's a struggle for them to switch, and it takes probably close to 5 minutes before they finally come back through. And there's a bit of a lightheadedness that Petrichor kind of has to brain fog through
Okay. And we'll look at the high priest. I know how to do this in theory, but not in practice. I've never done it before.
Well, I can show you how we are taught to do it. The art of spellcraft is it's a very personal thing. Now, no two people cast a spell the exact same way. But I can tell you how we are taught and what I do, so that you can figure out what you must do. And with that, we'll say, over the 10 minutes that it takes to cast Scrying, High Priest Odak will show you the different hand motions that they make, kind of similar to what Barrow does in the morning as he's centering himself, meditating, and going through his forms. But there's a different sort of flair on it. And Odak does recite prayers. He does recite like actual prayers to the Raven Queen. And as you're casting, he tells you like these are prayers that have been passed down for years, but you don't have to say these exact prayers. You know, you can say whatever it is to you that has meaning. And as he's walking you through this, he does, he says his prayer. He gives you a chance to say yours. I'm not going to put you on the spot. But as the sort of ritual comes to a close, he hands you a raven feather and says, touch it to the surface of the water.
They'll look up for a little, like half a second, just kind of nod, and with a shaking hand, will touch it to the surface.
It's that moment where the water from the fountain is rippling from the constant stream that's flowing into it, but the touch of the feather stills the water beyond the physics of something being poured in it. It is now entirely still. And you can see an image start to form. Now, the target of the spell is, probably as you would say it, Dr. Diago. Dr. Dinah Diago. I did a Tarzan. Oops. And they have to roll a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC, which is what?
15.
What is going on?
Trying to find out if Petrichor is going to be able to scry on the top.
Well, I know what's going. God damn it, Victor!
You asked the question. I'm just answering.
That's not what she means. We're playing a game of Dungeons
Oh,
and
Frank,
Dragons.
this is a D&D game, Taylor. The D stand for dungeons, and the N stand for N, and the other D for dragons.
I totally thought it meant Deanna, no Diago.
That's part 2. I'll tell you later.
So, as per the spell creates an invisible sensor within 10 feet of the target. You can see and hear through the sensor as if you were there. The sensor moves with the target, remaining within 10 feet of it for any duration. Creature that can see invisible objects sees the sensor as a luminous orb about the size of a fist. The sensor appears that you can see and hear through. And what you first hear is a cool breeze in what you can assume is a very long hallway. And what you see is the beginnings of a very long hallway made of stone with some turquoise flames igniting torches on the walls in regular intervals. And as more and more comes into view, one of the walls has a lot of writing on it, carved into the walls in very even sections. And the first words that you can make out are Dr. Diago, 525 to 738.
She with Jesus?
I think Petrichor had an understanding that this is probably what they were going to find, because it has to be on the same plane of existence, which, if anything, just confirms that she's not here. And there's that dropping in their stomach, having that confirmed against whatever hope they were still clinging on to. And they just pull out of the spell.
So this vision was for your eyes only. So that being said, the high priest looks down at you sort of expectantly, hoping for good news, and just says, What were we able to see?
Something that confirmed, what I was hoping wouldn't be the truth, but that's okay.
Did you find who you were looking for?
Yeah.
That's good. Do you know where they are then?
Yeah, but also no.
I'm sorry, you'll have to forgive me. If you don't wish to tell me, that's fine. I won't
Well,
press.
it's really, I'd have to go into a lot of detail about our adventure to fully have you understand. But where the journey that we've gone through has taken us through different dimensions. And the one that I'm originally from with my person, we're trying to find her. And what I saw confirmed that she's not here anymore and has moved on to the next dimension.
But I thought she said she was going to be in this one.
That wasn't her.
It was the Raven Queen.
I see.
I was still hoping that maybe she might be, but no.
Well, I'm sorry that it appears you were misled. I'm sure that was not her intention. But I guess that it is comforting that they are somewhere else if you will be traveling again.
Well, yeah, but I gotta figure out what she wants me to do here first.
Well, given that you said you're not from here, then it's probably she needs you due to your perspective.
Or
Like I said, she works
Double.
through. What's that?
a double perspective. There's two of us. Anyway,
Sorry. Well, it might just be that, I mean, if she was just looking for a follower, there's a temple full here, there's a city full out here, but I'm not sure. Perhaps we can't see what she needs us to see, and maybe you can.
is there a way that I can talk to her?
It's higher levels of spellcraft, and it's not something that her followers do lightly.
In one of the other dimensions we were in, they said that they commune with her or with their deities because they didn't know who she was. What does that even mean?
Well, there are spells that will allow you to contact higher powers, if you will, depending on whom you are looking for and whom you are capable of accessing, we will call it. It's not exactly a direct message service that will work infallibly every time. But these things are possible with enough training, and perhaps someday. I personally usually let her speak to me.
Who would we have to talk to get permission to have you guys try doing the thing to help me remember?
There is there's a member of the council, somebody that you would be looking for that would have to basically go through and see your unique situation as much as they could and decide whether or not this is a good endeavor to try and uncover these memories. Memories are dangerous, memories are volatile, and sometimes our mind will lock them away to protect us.
Well, I mean, I didn't have one before I lost some of them. A mind, I mean.
How do you mean?
Well, I think Riley said it. I was an automaton. I didn't have a brain.
I don't quite understand this word.
Do you guys have... Well, we'll turn to Soul. You make things, right?
Well, yes, of course.
Have you ever thought about, like, making a little moving person out of, like, metal and enchantment magic? Or not necessarily enchantment, but magic?
I have only ever made limbs and armor. I have never once thought of imbuing life of a form into metal.
Well,
I mean, not metallic, but homunculi are a thing.
what is that?
Yes.
Bringing some semblance of life to what was once a inanimate object.
I mean, it's kind of what I was. Matt, question.
Mm-hmm.
I know that the wording of the spell sending says you can send a short message of 25 words or less. Can I send images instead?
I think no, because there's a spell that does that.
Is there?
Like telepathy, that it does that.
Oh. I mean,
But you're the DM, you can do it as much as you want.
I think in my opinion it would depend on the image and like what message you're trying to convey with that image. Because like me personally, I am a very like photographic thinker. Like I think in pictures a lot. So if I cast sending in real life, it probably would be a lot of pictures to try to get my point across.
Mm-hmm.
Like, here, look at this
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, this right here, or like it probably would be a scene of
Just
some
all
kind.
pictures of cats.
Listen,
But essentially, what Petrichor is trying to do is, instead of trying to explain what they were, is to show what they looked like.
To show that this to show what somebody looks like to another person. I mean,
Could borrow if I may borrow would ask, High Priest, are you familiar with the magic of golems?
golems are a thing, are something that I know of.
So I suppose in a way think of Petrichor's first introduction to life itself, closer to the concept of a golem. They had a form that wasn't living. Their living existence, mind, and personality were imbued into them through magic. And along with it came, I suppose, the blessing of the Raven Queen.
Well, that kind of was how I came to life.
Will pull out the symbol that is very clearly cut from the metal of something.
My life force was kind of attached to the Raven Queen, which is why I was always confused about how the whole cleric-y stuff worked, because I didn't even really know who the Raven Queen was, but the magic of her was what powered me.
The way that Papa would explain it was when a mommy chicken and a daddy chicken
It's not.
love each other.
I was not made like that, Clucky. You were. I wasn't.
Oh, never mind then.
Xanthi's just shaking her head, just like pinching the bridge of her nose, just like, oh my god.
Well, be that as it may, whatever the circumstances of your birth, as a automaton, that concept being acceptable, what is the next steps for you?
They'll turn around to everybody else and then turn back.
I don't really know. I didn't think that far.
Well, you've said that you don't think that the doctor is in this dimension, so wouldn't our next step?
She's not here. But we need to get the crystal recharged, but...
That's what I was going to say.
The Raven Queen said that she needed help, but didn't tell me what with, and I feel like we can't leave until I find out.
Okay. So, have you tried talking with her?
I don't know how to do that.
Perhaps sometimes when you actually try to seek the answer, you find yourself blinded by the intention. Whereas sometimes the best thing to do is to just take the next step and trust that the answer will present itself. Maybe we seeking to resolve the crystal situation may eventually lead to the answers of what the Raven Queen wants you to do. Just because we recharge the crystal does not mean we have to use it right away.
Tell me, what did you see?
Everything.
Clucky's the BB.
Like, maybe you saw something in your
moment.
vision that could lead us to where we need to go next. Maybe a building or any sort of marks, landmarks, something?
They just kind of look down at their feet.
I saw where she's buried.
The doctor?
Mm-hmm. Well, there's one in every dimension. That's how it works. There's one of us in every dimension. That's why we met Caliban, but Caliban didn't know Clucky because there's one in every dimension. So if I didn't see a living version of her, that means she's not here.
Well, then...
I have a question. You said that you knew where she was, but then not really.
Mm-hmm.
Are you suggesting that she's in many places at once?
Well, like I just explained, there's one of us in each dimension, so I figured if I didn't see my version of her, that meant she wasn't here anymore, because I saw the dead version of her.
Well,
because when you found the research, it's like 500 years old. Well,
how How about we start with her grave then? Like, is there any idea where we know where it might be? Maybe we can find something there.
It's in some kind of building. Her name was etched in a wall in this really long hallway with blue flames. Maybe a mausoleum or a crypt.
It sounds like a tomb.
High
don't
priest,
know.
would you know any location like that?
Well, there are several throughout the city, but I mean, we do have one in the catacombs below the rookery.
I think the other issue is her lab wasn't in this city. We traveled quite a long ways to get to this city. So I don't think she's buried in the city. She's
Well,
out there.
There weren't any other like big buildings or anything out there aside from the one that kept the dial.
I'll turn back to the high priestess.
Do you guys have like records of the people who are buried?
Yes, of course.
Would you be able to look up a name?
You kind of look like there's a very. I'm going to describe this as a look that I make during the day when I go, I could have somebody else do that.
I could help.
That
Yeah.
is beneath me.
Just kind of like, that is something that could be done, yes.
Do I want to do it? No.
Well, I guess we can have that happen while we try to go and find the person you know. And looks at Soul.
Ah, yes. I do believe he is around at this time.
Well, I can.
Tell me, priest, have you seen young Master Gary?
His name's Gary.
His name's
Name is
Gary.
From Stakeform?
Jerry with it.
Oh, Jerry. Oh,
Jerry.
okay.
Jerry.
It's not a J, so I'm sorry. Yes, young Master Jerry.
You see this, and he just kind of gets a almost annoyed expression, and he just goes, "Yes, I do believe that he is towards the back of the temple. I cannot say exactly what his business is, but he's probably talking to Haikas Greenheart. I did see them nearby as well.
Is he
Who
making backdoor
knows?
deals again?
It is not my place."
And he'll just
I
like
s-
give this long sigh of just like complete, just I'm so done with this.
Borrow,
High priest
Bo-
ain't no snitch.
Borrow has a moment of saying, I thought that you were the high priest of the rookery. I thought this was your place.
It's
Ooh, the saltiness. Salt bay that shit. Mm.
he kind of like has a exaggerated blink and just says, when it is not exactly time for mass, I cannot 100% guarantee the conversations that happen within these halls. And being that it is public space, I can't exactly kick them out unless they are being a nuisance. And unfortunately, annoyance is not a nuisance.
I point. Do you know how to make this clay figurine come to life? Pointed the others over here, said I could wrestle it, but it's too tiny. I'll crush it in this form.
He's going to like be taken aback for a moment. Just elves are what we are called.
He's bad with names.
Terrible.
Well, it's a lot more appropriate than pointed ears.
He calls one of us the broken one.
Thanks for
And
reminding
that's
me, Borrow.
And that one is the blind one and the hatchling, and we had a dead one as well. He's gone. There's a strange one too, but we lost him on the way here.
That's strange because to me you are the strange one.
Who are you calling
We know.
strange?
Clucky, you have to realize that we're not from here. We look weird to them. That's just how it works.
In any case, I suppose we can
Sorry.
find this person, this Jerry, while you will do us the favor of looking into this name for us.
And that name would be?
Diana Diago. Dinah Diago.
Name drop.
Yeah, get the name right.
I'm sorry. When he sent it to me the first time, it spelled like Deanna, so that's how I've always said it in my head.
Hey, hang on. Now you're making me second guess myself from months ago.
It was actually Diana with a Y in the middle.
Is this the right one? No, this is the
spicy.
wrong Google
little
Drive.
player.
Diana.
Diana.
No, I have to find out now because it is listed in the original one-page dungeon.
I could have just been misreading things, which is 100% a thing that could be what happened, but...
Dinah, Dinah, as per...
We've all been fucking it up, baby!
Dinah.
You sent
The
that.
Lord.
Whoops! Anyway.
D&D, everybody.
We've only been playing this campaign for a year.
Listen, it's on par with how I've been introing the video in all of my fucking.
You fucking brainwashed us.
After a year, we have actually learned that the name was actually Daryl.
We all were saying the name.
Dinah.
And it wasn't a dial. It was just a Wendy's. So,
sir, this is a Chili's.
Dr. Didgeridoo Diago.
yeah.
So, Dinah Diago is the name that he writes on a piece of parchment before handing it to a
Page boy.
Clergy person.
We're going to yes, clergy person. There we go.
Altar boy.
And
Like.
and then asking how he could find you once he gets some answers.
I don't know how long that'll take, but we might still be here. If not, so what is your place called?
My shop.
Yeah.
Altar Life.
Yeah, you can
yes.
find us there.
I have heard of it, and he'll sort of write that down as well, and sort of keep that note to himself. And then he'll just sort of, well, with that taken care of, is there anything else I could do to be of service? Oh, yes. I mean, strangely enough, we were just talking about golems, sir. I do not have the capacity to animate a golem for you, but maybe somebody else here that would be.
All these
if you could find
flying sticks and flying rugs, but they don't know how to make a fucking doll come to life.
Well, it is just not my field of study, but perhaps you could find a transmuter.
What did you call me?
A transmuter is somebody who practices transmutation magic. They can turn something into something else.
Correct.
Or make dolls come to life.
Yeah.
Bravo.
I read a lot. I had nothing to do for 2 years.
Gold star.
Well, let's go talk his friend. I don't want to call him pointed ears because Tall Hat is going to get upset with me again.
Tall Hat!
I didn't say whether or not he was wearing a hat, but now he does. Now he has
He
it.
does.
Now.
It is now.
Is it a silly hat?
Like a very tall wizard hat. Gandalf hat.
randomest thing to wear as a clergy high priest of the Raven Queen.
It's just a
Some
straight
top hat.
cone, like a birthday hat.
And a string and everything.
Yeah,
I mean, it is
elastic
the Raven
string.
Queen, so like what I'm actually seeing is that, but with a bunch of feathers on one side.
Yes,
Yes.
the Raven drag queen.
Not singing.
See, now I want to make that character.
Jesus.
Oh God.
They have a spell called Dead Drop.
All
So-
right.
And it just
Yes.
makes the enemies just fucking drop on their fucking back.
That's power word kill.
Yeah, right.
Don't you tell them
their
what they
power
call
word for
themselves.
kill is yas.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's blood
Yeah.
bursting from their
Yeah.
eyes. Yas.
Yeah.
I would really like to reskin the spell power word kill to power word slay.
I'm changing Bardic Inspiration to Glitter Bomb.
Jesus.
Yes. Just
Anyway,
go up.
we've derailed.
Yes.
We've derailed.
Get back. Get back.
This,
Bye,
you
tall
act
hat.
like this train was ever on a track.
No.
There
It's
are
sliding on ice.
there are no trains. There are no tracks. It is literally like 5 weasels trying to push a box down the road.
Where it goes, nobody knows.
Anybody who's ever played GTA and has been with like a bus, like a school bus driving up a mountain and then down the hill with it, that's basically what this is.
That's
Yes.
what this is.
Oh,
You know, like
that's
when
all-
like rednecks stick their kin in tires and just put them down a hill.
Listen, that is actually
not
really
bad.
fun.
It is until you fucking break your damn nose.
It's fine.
Anywhomst, having had
Good
this
luck out.
exchange,
Natural selection.
the High Priest Odak bids you adieu,
Bye, tall hat.
and you make your way to the opposite end of the temple, looking for the individual that Soul has told you you are here to see.
That's a chair.
I'm
Get it
going
right.
to say that Borrow, considering the fact of what the exchange was between the High Priest and Soul about like shady dealings and stuff, Borrow is going to attempt to keep his ears open to see if he can capture any sort of conversation prior to getting to a point of being heard.
Give me a perception check.
Gladly.
Guidance.
Yeah, guidance on myself. Yeah, you better believe it.
You stack guidance.
No.
Did I hear that?
That is a nat 20. With guidance is a total of 31.
Yeah.
Oh!
Right.
I hear
Here-
everything.
You hear
Maro,
the ball.
you hear people making jokes, aligning D&D spells to drag queen. You
There's
actually
another
hear the
dimension
description
about this
of
one.
the results of this perception check.
Borrow
You
can
hear all
hear
of it. You're
everything.
hearing
You
me
can
speak
hear
right
past
now.
the fourth wall.
Borrow hears people making jokes in the first dimension.
Yes.
Oh,
Borrow, you actually see the Google Drive page that I have open. You actually know all of the other of the 12 dimensions. You know
I
how
know
the
that-
story ends.
I know everything. I know
You
everything.
know how it ends.
How much gossip and dirt does Borrow have on like people in every dimension?
You'll
I
have
am
more
so
than you will ever
curious.
know.
I'll
All
never
of it.
tell.
Like, I'm so glad Borrow is a peaceful individual because he could fuck some people up.
All right. So, what you hear upon approaching, there's definitely like just some talks from one person to the other as you're passing. You're picking up on everything in this moment. And as you're getting closer, what you hear is, I don't know. I don't much like the idea of buying a potion or let alone a surplus of potions from somebody who doesn't even know what they do.
Interesting.
No. Trust me. They're fine. I got a guy who has checked them out. He knows that, these are just, there's a handful are just health potions, varying qualities. There's a couple other ones do some other stuff, and it's fine. It's good to, and I get you great price on every single one of them, and it's going to be, you're going to be able to turn quite the profit here. That is me using my business to help your business. Yeah,
Oh,
but
that's
where
not
did you get
cheap.
them from? Listen, it's not everything is black and white. I know that's kind of the color scheme here, but there are definitely just those areas where it's a little gray, and you don't hang out in the gray area. You just dip your toe in, look around, and then you come right back out. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to just dip your toe in for me. I'll
dip your toe in.
I'll think about it, and I will send you a raven. That's all I'm asking. That's all I need from you. That's all, Mr. Shadowbell. Thank you for your business, and we will talk soon. And it's at this point that you all approach this individual who is a 5'8" human male. His hair sort of spiked up in almost a faux hawk kind of deal.
It's Guy Fieri.
He has tan skin, very well kept facial hair, and he is dressed in all kinds of fineries with different rings and a beautiful rapier on his belt, and he is adorned in a cape that is a crimson red with gold trim, and I will give it to Borrow, knowing your passive perception. It smells a wee bit like brimstone.
Wait, so what is it? What does it smell like, brimstone?
His cape. And with that, this
Ooh.
individual turns towards you and puts on a very, very big smile and says to you all, yes, how can Jerry the Goose help you guys today?
Master Jerry. Hello there. Long time no see.
Mr. Noctis, it's always a pleasure. How may I help you today? How's your shop doing?
Well, as you can see, I've had several guests join me today.
I see that, and I hope that they are laden with coin.
Well,
I got no good. No good at all.
Xanthi's just currently just still lowering this thing as like every time Clucky puts it up, Xanthi's just like lower. She's like, not right now, not right now. She turns to Cluck and she goes, "Look, I'll take a look at it and I'll see what I can do. Just we're trying to get potions, right? Potions."
No, that's not what we're here for, Xanthi.
Potions? Potions?
No.
I thought that's what. Never mind. I got confused.
I got potions. You want some potions?
Actually,
I believe you were looking for a mirror, if I recall.
that was to do the spell that I just did. No, other than that, it was to find
yes, a
something
power
or someone who could charge the crystal.
Yes, indeed.
Charge a crystal. I mean, well, I'm not exactly good with the spellcraft myself, but I might know a guy. What is it? Like little. It's got like a little spell stored in there that
No.
you need to do again.
It takes quite a bit of energy or magic, whichever's more readily available. We use it to travel, and it's not really a spell, but it takes a lot of energy.
Yes, I brought them to you because you are a collector of things. You are a purveyor of things.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can always take a quick trot down to the Goose's Roost, and you can take a look at what I got there and see if anything's going to work for you.
Yes, I never understood why you called your shop that.
It's because I'm Jerry the Goose, and it's the Goose's Roost. Do you
You're
have a
not a
marketing
goose.
team at all?
Xanthi immediately turns to Clucky and goes, "No, Clucky, he's not an actual goose."
You don't even have to because Riley Petrichor is just like, but you're not a goose.
How rude of me. I apologize. And he flourishes that cape and just goes, Geraldo Guzman, but everybody calls me Jerry the Goose.
Oh boy! And you see like Soul kind of like cringe a little bit.
Xanthi also cringes at the sight, just kind of like, this man gives her the ick.
Clucky McCluckerson, I'm a chicken.
You are, in fact, a chicken. Look at you, tallest chicken I've ever seen. Holy, look at the drumsticks on you.
This is
You
my
should see the hats he makes.
Would
And
you like a
Petrichor
hat?
just turns around to show the hood that's peeking out behind the bits of their armor.
Made of an actual
Yeah.
bear.
That is fantastic. I could sell those. Like, you make them yourself?
I made them,
Yeah.
and then the pointed ear made this ogre for me. He said I could fight it, but it doesn't.
Ogre,
do anything,
that is an action figure, sir. That's all. That is what that is.
He wants to make it a golem so he can fight it.
Oh. Intriguing. Again, I don't do the magics myself.
Neither do I. Magic is so confusing.
It is, isn't it? You gotta learn so much, and what it's like. Some people are just lucky; they're just born with it and stuff like that.
Hey.
Can I roll an insight on the I don't do magic?
Maybe she's born with it. Maybe
Absolutely. What did I just miss?
So maybe she's born with it. Maybe she's Maybelline.
Maybe
18.
13 years in a concrete cell.
18.
Oh.
I mean,
18. He 100% doesn't have a lick of magic in his body. On his body, however.
He is covered in magic.
Yeah. That being said, with Xanthi saying, "Hey," he's gonna kind of like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know that you practiced. What are you into? Like some new age necromancy."
Xanthi just looks dead in his eyes, and just lightning starts crackling off of her, and she just kind of like gives him a fucking dirty look.
Okay, so I see. Well, that makes sense.
Don't be rude.
What?
I mean, like, I'm not trying to be rude, but like, evocation, like, from what I'm hearing, that's like dad magic, isn't it?
Dead?
you'll have to forgive Master Jerry. He's very curious. So.
I am curious indeed. So that being said, speaking of curiosities, I have plenty of those down at the Goose's Roost. We are more than happy to just head right on over to the Fingers. Is that where I am this week? Yeah, the Fingers. That's where we are. And yeah, we can just take a pop on in there and see what we can see. What do you say? I'll get you a deal.
Just turn to borrow.
Everybody gets a complimentary water bottle.
Can you
Insight check on the complimentary water bottle.
We'll just assume that Barrow is inciting everything on this man.
Go ahead.
Like,
He
not
holds up his
the
water
water,
skin.
not as much, but the whole, taking them to his place.
That's a 23 for the inside on the water bottle.
He seems absolutely 100% serious that there is a complimentary water bottle.
Okay.
As Clucky holds up his water skin.
That's I wasn't on the water bottle for me. It was more like the wanting to take us to his place.
Yeah.
31.
He genuinely seems excited about getting you into his shop.
Okay.
He wants to sell us something. The man with the tall, funny hat, he doesn't like you all that much, and it doesn't look like the broken one likes you all that much either.
I don't.
That's what they all say at first.
You just see more lightning spark.
Soul will kind of like stroke his beard. He has a beard as an elf. And he'll be like,
I don't see what the problem is.
He's
though.
kind of-
You seem kind of
he
interesting.
kind of grows on you.
I do.
Like a
much
fungus?
Like a fungus. Hey, James. You're on the
See, he seems like a good sort. Can we go check out his store? Maybe he has actual flying sticks that we can ride around on, unlike the pointed ears. flying sticks that don't work.
You got to attune to them, Clucky.
So are you
Once I
selling
become
faulty
attuned to
goods?
this one, it should be able to fly.
I would advise you not to mention those pointed sticks. They aren't for everyone.
So are you selling
What?
faulty goods? You encroaching on my business? I mean, what?
You don't know what we're talking about, right, Goose? And Xanthi's just gonna kind of cut him a look.
But
Exactly.
Perhaps we can
we
take
go?
him away.
Let's.
Soul will lean into Xanthi's ear and whisper, I would advise you to keep a hand on your valuables.
Xanthi immediately just
Jesus, Matt, why are you rolling?
he heard that and he kind of
So-
looks over and he goes, I would never. I have people to steal for me.
Xanthi just looks over at him and he says, if you fucking come near me, I will send so many volts of electricity through your damn body, you are going to see your ancestors.
Xanthi,
Like-
we're in a temple.
like my ancestors here, and then a whole cloud of fucking chickens pop up behind Clucky, like a cape. This is Paul.
I gotta admit, I haven't seen that one before.
This is Tommy. This is Rooster.
These are my
Um,
ladies.
Clucky, Clucky.
Can
This
we
is
go?
Monica. We all know about Monica.
So,
Monica.
as this conversation is happening and you are walking,
Xanthi will be humming while they walk, by the way.
She's just trying to fly her
You-
up from her back.
you eventually make it to a small building. Now, it goes without saying that the general color scheme in Ebenfell is darker colors, very gothic, mostly blacks
Black
and
gold.
grays. There's a lot of maybe dark purples, some reds, excuse me, and then interspersed in there's a couple blues and greens and stuff like that. The building that you are coming upon is flamboyantly bright colored, sticks out like a goddamn sore thumb. That is
Like
on a
hockey.
neon sign, and it seems to have red brick walls with a sort of wooden roof, and a sign that has a cartoon image of a goose, and surrounded it in words and word art. It says the Goose's Roost, and there is a door with a lock on it, made out of a very fine mahogany. And as he approaches, he just goes, 1 second, and you see him kind of get really close to the door and just kind of, and then you hear a loud click, and then the door opens.
These colors are extremely gawky.
I agree.
They all.
Jerry steps to one side and says, come, step into my orifice.
Orifice.
I
What?
don't like how you
Cluck.
said that.
Clucky immediately goes right in and starts scouring the establishment as the cloud of chickens disperse behind him into the interior.
Xanthi.
And Clucky's picking up stuff as he's walking through.
Xanthi's just kind of like, this is the time I kind of wish I could still set things on fire.
And with that, he just kind of, read the sign and taps a sign on the wall that says, no evocation magic of any kind while on the premises.
Ooh. Oh. Oh.
Xanthi just kind of cuts him a look and she goes, no magic? Okay. And she just kind of flips her dagger for a minute before putting it back in her sheath.
Evocation magic, if you're gonna do something, if you're gonna swindle a swindler, by all means, go for it. But I mean, just don't blow up my shop.
Petrichor is gonna walk in, ignoring all of the clamoring and
Borrow is going
useless
to hold you
conversation.
for a moment as
What is
use
what does this
his
do?
he just taps on the side of the entrance to use his tremor sense to get a sort of visual. Even though he knows Clucky's in there, he's still.
Oh
Is
dear
this
God,
supposed to be
what has
blowing up?
Clucky picked up?
And the whole dimension explodes.
And
That
Clucky
is
opened the Tesseract.
an explosive, Clucky. I would strongly advise you to put that down.
And that's how
Is
the
this
party
supposed to come
died.
out?
Clucky.
It's Clucky. That's literally what Clucky's doing, is just picking up random shit and seeing what it does.
Oh no.
We're
Oh,
not gonna
God.
make it out of this dimension.
Picks up
So-
a deck of many things.
With this, Jerry is going to kind of do a nice. All right, so Tarzan, you are so disruptive.
It's done. It's done.
He's going. So you need a thingy to power your MacGuffin. So let's who's in charge of that? Who do I talk to? Who's
Me.
the guy? Who's the buyer? Okay, who really is the one that is going to be?
Listen, I understand my stature and what it looks like, but I'm the only one who knows the kind of magic and how much of it I need to charge this. No one else knows that. So
Don't
you will
question
take
the
me
baby.
seriously.
Oh shit!
Roll intimidation for me.
Guidance! Give her
good
guidance,
Jerry.
Boro! Give her
Absolutely.
guidance!
Oh no, yeah.
I will also help with this. My good Jerry, I do believe this child holds more to the eye than what it seems.
$23.
11d6.
You're muted.
Goddamn
but report.
47.
They're not talking to us. How dare they?
There's a lot of numbers.
It is
going
in fact a 23.
Ha! God, I'm good.
Now, Tarzan, do that again when I am picking lottery numbers.
on. Please.
7
Please.
times.
Paul, I need you to go check out the lottery numbers. Okay.
So with that, like
Okay.
very like exaggerated, kind of straightens back up and puts a hand on the chest and like looks back and forth and then kind of leans over and goes, "You know that you're scarier than that one, right?" And points at Xanthi.
Not normally, but I'm tired and I have a job to do.
Well, that's fair. I apologize. So, let's take a walk around and I'll tell you about a few things. We're going to see if there's something that's going to get the proverbial motor going. So, and he's going to just like start. I'm not going to take the time to monologue because he's literally picking up absolutely everything and giving you all kinds of like details about what it is, what it could do, and what it possibly could do, and where he got it and stuff like that. So we're going to have this be a overall. Give me an Arcana check.
Do I get advantage if I cast Detect Magic?
Casting Detect Magic would probably do you more harm than good because there is a lot of magic items in here. In
Fair
fact,
enough.
the shop itself is magical.
Fair enough.
Guidance.
Oh,
Identify.
Taylor will remember that.
I don't have that spell, Tarzan. Where is my
What spell?
damn D4? Identify.
Ooh.
Oh.
Careful! Don't step on it.
Listen.
I
found it.
fucking
It was
have
just
done
in
that.
the
It
bag.
hurts.
Okay.
What does this fucking thing do?
Clucky, please put that down. I am so fucking scared you're gonna be the one to blow us up this time. Jesus Christ.
24.
It's happened
24.
before.
When you are going through all of these things and like everything that he's saying, like even the most powerful stuff is nowhere near the scale that you need to power the crystal for the dial.
Not to put down on some of the stuff you've got in here, but compared to what we need, this is laughable.
Laying
Xanthi
thick
just
on this
busts
dick.
out
The
laughing.
choice of words. The choice of words.
I didn't think about it until I said it.
Oh, like he's obviously exaggerating, but he's making it seem like he is like hurt at his core. And like the last item that he's in his hand, he just kind of looks at it. It's literally like a skull made of pure crystal that he was telling you like could potentially like allow you to, much like something that you've already heard of tonight, would allow you to speak with dead. But he just kind of looks at it and just goes, "Huh, I guess not today," and tosses it over his shoulder, and it clambers on a shelf. And he just kind of goes, "Well, not going to sugarcoat it then. Looks like I don't have anything for you. But if, I'm not exactly, like, I don't know if you know this, but I'm not exactly the most learned when it comes to magic and things of the nature. But what I do know, beyond all else, is people."
If it puts into perspective the scale of energy and power we need, last time we charged this, it was via the breath of a dragon.
We also use the
Ooh.
power of two suns as well. It was pretty.
That's also true.
2 suns. Oh, that would
It
raise
was
the average
only
sun.
it was
Yeah.
only one sun, the other was not.
Wait a minute, Jerry.
What?
Do you
Huh?
know what suns are?
What? Huh?
Do you know what suns are?
What do you mean?
You
I'm not weird. You're weird.
Insight. I'm inciting this time.
You can insight.
I'm already on it.
He's rolling deception.
Ooh. Guidancing myself.
Flash of genius. Oh wait, shit! I'm not an artificer.
I
Why do my
am
D4s
not
keep
that guy.
disappearing?
You just rolled it. What have you done?
Xanthi's gonna insight check this guy too.
Today's the day that Clucky takes a level in artificer.
That will be a 23 for me.
30.
Who else rolled?
13 for me was a little one.
Fucking 30.
30.
I guess I should roll because I'm asking the question.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Give us a roll.
Clucky's
You
fucking-
seem way too confident about this.
Listen,
Clucky's busy scouring the shelves.
Since Soul knows Mr. Goose, does he get advantage?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
fair.
Oh, I'm really concerned. What the fuck did you roll, Matt?
it's fair, he said. God damn it. Hang on.
Is this a flying stick? As he holds up a little rod.
Xanthi just goes,
A button
put it
on the side.
down, Clucky.
Actually, he's going to walk up to you and just be like, flying stick? No, floating." And like you hear a little click as he reaches out and touches it, and you can't move it.
Shit. Plus
It's.
25
I'm gonna starts tugging on it. Like,
advantage.
Starts doing pull-ups.
are you all seeing this? It doesn't move, and I'm strong as fuck.
So I rolled 27 on insight.
How's it doing that?
So Soul and Petrichor. Soul, you've talked to him enough times that you've sort of picked up on when he's being an asshole and when he is trying to hide something.
He has to tell. What's his tell?
Petrichor, for you almost believe him at first that like I must have misheard or something like that. But at that last second, he looks over and winks at you.
You deceptive sly dog, you.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Whatever. Anyway, we need to find a power source strong enough for this. I've heard tales of some nobles having such relics.
Well,
Or stones.
it doesn't have to be necessarily an item. It can be like a person who can cast something that's powerful enough for that, or a being, an entity. Like I said, a dragon charged it last
And
time.
like I said, I know people, so I may not have, a magical, rod of power, your special crystal.
Well, then will
but
you spit it out? Tell us what people we should possibly
I'm
go to.
trying to get there.
Well, I'm sick of you beating
Sassy
around the
pants.
fucking bush.
It's called presentation.
I don't give a shit about presentation. I give a shit about answers. Now fucking give it to us.
You don't look like you don't care about presentation. You look like you present
Xanthi.
very well. But
Jerry.
anyway,
I'm going
Jerry,
to fucking strangle you.
Xanthi, please.
Jerry,
Anywho.
Jerry,
Maybe you should just go
do you happen to
make sure.
have connections with the Lich?
Zeely? Not him. He doesn't much like me. I've swindled one too many people that he knows. But
Well,
Guess
obviously.
not many people are a fan of your performances, huh?
that's what they all say at first. Anyway,
It grows on.
I do know.
Promise.
I do have some connections with a few people who are on the Council of Mages that report to our Lich Overlord. I mean, our Archmagister. Did I say that? Anyway,
Are they part of the people who are part of the government?
yes, absolutely. So like there's the Lich, Archmagister Zeely Solin. Yeah, he's the one in charge of all of it. But he's voted in and stuff like that. He's doing a good job. Everybody likes him. But beyond that, there is a council of like 10 people, and like most of them have something to do with some school of magic. Like there's somebody who's in charge of like the evocation school, and there's some who are in charge of this, that, and the other thing, and it's all technical stuff. But yeah, I don't know all of them, but I can get through to a handful of them and maybe get a hold of somebody who might be able to help you guys out. But something like that's a big favor. So I scratch your back, you scratch mine. I mean, we could talk coin all day for monetary stuff like this, but for something like this,
Lucky starts scratching his back.
Xanthi is going to reach into her bag and take out like a few large sapphires and rubies.
You see the Borrow actually raises his hand over your back.
So will as well.
Nobody trusts Jerry.
Borrow just goes, true. Coin perhaps is not the right choice. How about silence?
Silence? Sounds for what?
Well,
Oh my god.
Everybody wants silence out of me, that's for sure.
well, I think it would be the silence you would want out of us, especially if we were to address Lord Shadowbell, is it?
Yeah, what about him?
Blackmail.
I suppose the potions you would be trying to sell him, it would be an issue if you were to actually inquire further about their origin.
It does
That
seem
isn't
rather
relevant.
suspicious that a man who knows nothing of magic sells magic items at a shop. Kind of sketchy, if you ask me.
Jerry.
Hey, Soul, what am I?
Jerry.
If you had to pick 3 descriptors for me, how long would it take you to get to sketchy?
That'd be the very first one.
Exactly. And yet, my door is open and the lights are on. Sometimes you need a sketchy guy. Like I said, I guess you overheard some things. So yeah, you just dip your toe into the gray area and quick look around, then you step right back. That's all you gotta do.
I'm gonna shove you in and drown you.
Jerry is an
Exactly.
expert
I
at
like
getting.
I'm gonna leave that one alone, just for
What?
you.
What kind of favor would you be asking?
Well, he's gonna kind of mosey behind his counter and kind of lean forward and put his elbows on it and look at you all and just go, if I was gonna get a favor from you all, very accomplished looking individuals. I mean, look at the muscles on that guy. Don't worry, you'll get it. Anyway, as Clucky is tugging at an immovable rod. If I was gonna
Look
get
of
a
determination
favor,
in his eyes.
if I was gonna get a favor out of you folks for something as big as me cashing in a favor that I have with some of the most influential people in this city, I am going to need you all to perform a little, and that is
Oh,
where
for heaven's sake!
we end tonight's session. And I
Are
cannot.
you
Oh my
shitting me?
god, we are
Heist?
we
A
are
heist?
terrible.
My
We are
headset- my
terrible at
headset is
heists.
dying,
There is
so hold your
Fuck
reactions for a
sakes.
moment while I turn this one on and get things going so that I can hear your screams of agony. But to everyone else, thank you so much for and enjoying this wonderful, wonderful story and the insanity that I just dropped on these wonderful, wonderful players. This
This
is
is gonna end so bad.
Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago, and we will see you all next week. Thank you.
This guy's
Ecstatic.
do a heist.
Oh.
Bye. We're gonna die.